Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure and honor to open the Polish-Japanese Export Forum held during the Expo 1995 in Osaka. This event has been organized by Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland in cooperation with the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. This forum is a unique opportunity to deepen our economic dialogue and explore new horizons for cooperation between Poland and Japan. Both of our countries share a long tradition on mutual respect, innovation and growing business ties. Poland is ready to be an active partner in Japan's ambitious economic and technological future. We believe in the power of collaboration across cultures and justice. This forum is not only about showcasing potential, but also about building lasting relationships. I wish you a fruitful discussions and long-term success. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin today's discussion, allow me to extend a very warm welcome to all our guests and participants. In particular, we are honored to welcome Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland. Mr. Jacek Tomczak, Commissioner General of the Polish section in Expo 2025 in Osaka. Mr. Kazushika Nobutani, Director General from the Kansai Bureau, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Mr. Paweł Milewski, Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan. Mr. Andrzej Dycha, Chairman of the Board, Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Mr. Hirani Fukurawa, Executive Council Member of the Vice-Chair of the International Business Committee, Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ms. Aya Wada, Director General for Economic Strategy Bureau, Osaka City Government. We also extend a warm welcome and sincere thanks to the representatives of institutions and partners who have supported and contributed to the preparation of this forum. Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Tokyo, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, International Business Promotion Center, Itochu Corporation, JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, National Support Center for Agriculture, National Chamber of Commerce for Electronics and Telecommunications, Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Osaka City Government, Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, Polish Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Japan, Polish Chamber of Commerce of Medical Devices, Warsaw School of Economics. Thank you for joining us and lending your presence and support to this important dialogue. Let us now begin this forum with inspiration, cooperation, and a shared vision for the future. To officially begin our event, it's my great pleasure to invite Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of the State of Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland, to deliver the opening address. Mr. Jaros, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa, dzień dobry. As the representative of the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Republic of Poland, I am honored and delighted to welcome you to the Polish-Japanese Export Forum here in Osaka. This forum is a key event within the wider economic program of the Poland participation in Expo 2025. We are proud to take part in the World Exhibition in Japan with our own national pavilion, a space not only for promoting our culture and innovation, but also for building lasting economic bridges. Today's gathering serves as a testament to our shared ambition to deepen bilateral cooperation and unlock new areas of partnership between our countries. Poland and Japan, although geographically distant, are united by a shared commitment to innovation, sustainable development, and economic resilience. our nation have built a strong foundation of cooperation strengthened over decades of diplomatic and commercial engagement. We are highly value Japanese role as one of Poland's most important economic partners in Asia. At the same time, we see increasing interest from Polish companies in exploring the Japanese market, well known for its high standards, technological excellence, and business integrity. I also want to acknowledge that Polish and Japanese people share a very strong work ethic, attitude of commitment, dedication, and discipline. It's also highly appreciated by Japanese investors in Poland, although those who are present from the very beginning of the transition to a market economy of my country 35 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum presents a unique platform for our businesses, exporters, manufacturers, investors to connect directly and build partial partnerships. It is an opportunity to showcase the best of Poland, from high-quality food products and cosmetics to cutting-edge IT services, the gaming industry, green technologies, and the medical and pharmaceutical sector, and much more. Polish companies came to Japan with a long-term perspective, ready to listen, learn, and adapt. We understand the importance of trust and reliability in Japanese business culture. That is why our goal is not only to sell products, but to build relationships, to be partners who bring value, innovation, and shared vision to the table. Exports are cornerstone of Poland's economic development, driving innovation, boosting productivity, and enabling our companies to grow globally. As the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, we are firmly committed to support Polish exporters in reaching new, promising markets, and Japan is among the most strategic ones. We recognize that the Japanese market is demanding and highly competitive, but we also believe that Polish products and services, known for their quality, safety, and creativity, have great potential to success here. The Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and Japan, in force since 2019, offers a strong legal and institutional framework that facilitates trade, reduces tariffs, and improves market access for European exporters, including Polish ones. That is why we are increasing our efforts to promote Polish brands, provide market intelligence, facilitate business matchmaking, and offer institutional support through organizations such as the Polish Investment and Trade Agency and its trade office in Tokyo. At the same time, we are mindful of the need to build a more balanced trade relationship. Currently, Poland's exports to Japan are approximately 6 times smaller than our imports. We see this is not as a challenge, but is an opportunity for growth and mutual benefit. We are confident that with stronger cooperation, better market access, and direct business dialogue, such as the one we are having today, we can move toward a more equitable and dynamic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, the world's economy continues to operate in conditions of high uncertainty, the sources of which include geopolitical conflicts and changes in international trade, as well as natural disasters related to climate change. Against this background, the economic forecasts for Poland are favorable. The IMF estimates that Polish GDP growth in 2025 will amount to 3.2%. The acceleration of growth this year is to be driven by two engines: consumption and investment. The World Expo in Osaka is taking place at the same time as Poland holds the presidency of the European Union. We are facing an unprecedented change, the paradigm of world trade, but Poland and the entire EU are supporters of free trade based on WTO rules, which is why the European Union market is an open market to which entrepreneurs from all over the world have access. Ladies and gentlemen, let us today's forum not only to exchange businesses cards, but also to lay the foundation for new ventures and mindful partnership. Let us continue to work together, Poland and Japan, for a future defined by innovation, prosperity, and mutual respect. Please allow me to finish with a personal note. Although this is my first ever visit to Japan, I have always looked at your country with trust and high respect. As a practitioner of karate for 7 years, I know well what discipline and hard work mean. One of my favorite places in my hometown, Wrocław, is the Japanese garden, which was created more than 100 years ago as a part of the garden art exhibition. Today, the Japanese garden is one of the highlights on the tourist map of Wrocław. You can be sure that from now on, when I walk through the Japanese garden in Wrocław, I will always remember my visit to Osaka. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaros, for your inspiring opening remarks. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Jacek Tomczak, Commissioner General of the Polish section of Expo 2025 in Osaka. Mr. Tomczak, the floor is yours.
Dear Minister Michał Jaros, the Ambassador Paweł Milewski, Chairman Andrzej Dycha, dear honored guests from Poland and Japan, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here today. It has been more than a month since the opening ceremony of Poland Pavilion and the launch of wonderful event that is Expo 2025 in Osaka. Since the opening ceremony, our time was dedicated to realize our cultural and educational and economical program that includes Chopin music, presenting Poland's science, educational achievements, and regional promotion of our partners' provinces. Those are the things that are core of Poland's participation in Expo. Poland heritage that drive the future. That is the theme of our program. Since economy is the main topic today, within the pavilion we have created platform of ideas, a part of permanent exhibition, a dedicated zone to show 6 key sectors to Japanese market. Unfortunately, our beautiful pavilion isn't enough big to host such event as today's forum. But I'm sure that everyone here that has not seen it yet will make best effort to do it soon. Our economic program is a very important part of participation in Expo, and especially important to me. Poland-Japan Export Forum is a key component of the program. There is a unique opportunity to establish direct connections and foster meaningful business partnerships. I had the opportunity to meet some of the forum participants already yesterday. Speaking with you convinced me that you came here with a clear goals and focus on the concrete results. We cooperate with the regional governments of our provinces to reach out the local companies, forum various sectors, and set up businesses connections through events such as today's forum. Only today we have 4 regional representatives, and more will be coming soon. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my best wishes to all attendees from Poland and Japan for a day filled with productive meetings and meaningful dialogue. And above all, I invite you to visit Polish Pavilion if you haven't done this already. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tomczak, for sharing your vision and insight. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Kazushige Nabutami, Director General from the Kansai Bureau, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of Japan. Mr. Nabutami, please take the floor.
Michał Jaros, Poland, 開発技術
Your Excellency, Mr. Merkel, the Yagroth, the Deputy Ministry of Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland, Your Excellency, the Jacek Tomczak, the Commissioner General of the Polish Section for Expo 2024 Osaka, Kansai, Japan, and Your Excellency, the Mr. Paul, the Military Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan, and Mr. Andrzej Dedicher, the President of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, and all distinguished guests. So it is a great honor to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the successful opening of the Poland-Japan Trade Forum here today in Osaka. I am truly honored to be invited to this remarkable event, which offered a wonderful opportunity to deepen and expand the trade and the investment between our two countries. And the Expo 2024 Osaka, the Kansai brings together the 158 countries and the regions from around the world. As a being the ground for our future society, it is a symbol of the global collaboration in addressing the challenges of the tomorrow. I understand that the Polish pavilion is gaining the popularity for its exhibition determined along the genetic decor of the Polish creativity, which present innovative solutions for a better future. In these sessions to follow today, I heard that the discussion will be held on the wide range of topics, including the green energy and the healthcare and the pharmaceutical and the IT. They are all fields in which the Kansai region possesses tremendous the potential to contribute to innovation and solution toward a better future. Some examples of such cutting-edge technologies are being demonstrated at the expo included the hydrogen and the perovskite solar cells and the biotechnology and the autonomous driving. In the year since the expo, the grand opening in April, not only inside the expo and the venue, but also at the event like this one, we have seen the business interaction between the international companies and the Japan for. And the many business leaders is gathered here today, and I'd like to highlight that Kansai is home to a wide variety of innovative startups, SMEs, and large corporations that are already engaged in active exchanges with Poland. For instance, the Daikin Industries, which recently built a new heat pump factory in Lodz province, in the Panasonic, which has formed a partnership with the Polish refrigeration equipment company, represented the example of a concerted global choice. And in closing, I wish the Poland-Japan Trade Forum great success and extend my best wishes for the continued health and prosperity of all in attendance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nabutani, for your valuable perspective and support for Polish-Japanese cooperation. Next, I'm honored to invite Mr. Paweł Milewski, Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to Japan. Ambassador Milewski, we kindly invite you to address the forum.
Minasama konnichiwa. Mr. Minister, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Director General, I'm honored to welcome you all at the Polish-Japanese Export Forum organized by the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Japan remains one of the most important economic partners for Poland in Asia. Since 2015, we have been linked by a strategic partnership. In February this year, on the 10th anniversary of our partnership, a new action plan for the enhancement of bilateral cooperation was signed by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Poland and Japan. According to this plan, during the next 5 years, Poland and Japan should deepen their economic cooperation, especially in the fields of infrastructure, agriculture, energy, environment, science, and technology. For the last 20 years, Poland has been the fastest growing economy in Europe and one of the fastest growing worldwide. In the second quarter of 2024, Poland's GDP increased by 1.5%. Again, the highest growth among the European Union countries. We are already the 21st largest economy in the world in terms of nominal GDP, and will not stop there. We hope that the economic relations between Poland and Japan will continuously deepen thanks to our shared belief in free trade, as well as common goal of establishing resilient and secure economy supply chains. This is reflected by the Economic Partnership Agreement between the European Union and Japan, which has been gradually reducing trade barriers since 2019. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely believe that our strong presence during the Osaka Expo 2025 and the multiple events showcasing our most promising sectors will further deepen Japan's awareness of Poland's high-quality products and innovative technologies. I wish all the best to today's panelists and hope that this meeting will bring on many valuable business opportunities for both sides. Thank you very much for your attention. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your strong commitment to strengthening the partnership between our countries. Now let us hear from Mr. Andrzej Dycha, Chairman of the Board of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Mr. Dycha, the floor is yours.
Yes, Minister, Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. So I would like to echo what was said already by my colleagues. I would like to warmly welcome you again here in Osaka, in Japan. This is a very special moment in a sense that on one hand we have the Expo that is focusing attention on that place, but on the other hand it's also a very important moment to summarize the cooperation between Poland and Japan. I think this beautiful friendship started more than 35 years ago, where in at the beginning of 90s, we started the economic changes of the economic system in Poland. where Japanese companies played a crucial role in that process. I think Japanese were among the first who believed in our way, in our commitments, in our will of change, and came and invested in Poland. The leading Japanese companies, among them, maybe I will name one of two, or Toyota, possibly all of us know this company, invested in Poland and was a very important contributor in creation in Poland cluster of automotive sector. Automotive sector is one of the engines of growth in Poland. You know, thinking about early 90s, I think about Janusz Lewandowski, who is present here, our former commissioner, EU commissioner, at the moment member of the European Parliament, who was the minister at the very early governments at that time. We can call him a father of this miracle that happened in Poland. So, Janusz, thank you very much for being with us here. Let's give him applause, please. Japan is not only the cars. It's not only about cars. It's not only automotive sector. You are also in services, one of very few countries from this region. Thousands of people are working in Poland, Polish people, for Japanese or European companies, but companies that were initiated by Japanese capital. And that is another element I want to speak about. It's about talents. It's about Polish people. I think an important element, when you think about Poland and what drives the future, so do you have any guess what drives the future in Poland? Any guess? Maybe this, can help. So heritage, apparently. But that's not only heritage. Heritage is very important, but I think what drives the future and what is the base of our success are people. Polish people, pool of talents, very exceptional. That's why Poland, in recent years, became the leading country in the European Union in R&D in IT. And I'm very happy to speak about it because in this particular element, in Polish people, I see the chance to balance our trade between Poland and Japan. As you possibly all know, for decades, we have, like a negative trade exchange in goods with Japan. But because of Polish people, I believe, and because of services, we have the chance to make it more balanced. Once again, I would like to thank you for coming here. Let's have a great discussion. Let's think what we can do better, what new path, what new waves we can pave for the future. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dycha, for highlighting the strategic role of PAIH in supporting Polish exports. Next, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Hironari Furukawa, Executive Council member and Vice-Chair of the International Business Committee and the Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Furukawa, please take the stage.
Your Excellency, Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, Your Excellency, Mr. Jacek Topczak, Commissioner General of the Policy Section at Expo 2025 in Osaka, Your Excellency Mr. Paweł Milewski, Ambassador of Poland to Japan, Your Excellency Andrzej Dycha, Chairman of the Board of Polish Investment and Trade Agency, and distinguished guests from Poland, welcome to Osaka. On behalf of the local business community, I extend our warmest greetings to you. And ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to you for taking time from your busy schedule to attend the Poland-Japan Trade Forum today. I am Hironari Furukawa, Executive Counselor and Vice Chair of International Business Committee, Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm also an advisor of Hanwha Corporation. To mark the opening, I would like to say a few words of welcome. We have an investment and trade relationship. That's about my company. So the expo opened in April and has been successful and attracting many visitors from Japan and abroad every day. The theme of Poland's pavilion is heritage that drives the future. Rich heritage built by past generations inspires us and drives us to the future. The idea is nicely highlighted by this theme. I heard the Polish pavilion is very popular and many visitors are deeply impressed with its elegant exhibits and enchanted by the live piano performance of Chopin's music. Unfortunately, I haven't been there yet. And on the Poland National Day, please invite me to the event. And Poland participated in Osaka Expo in 1970, and this is the second time. I think this expo serves as the ideal opportunity for both of us to take our bilateral relationship into the future, based on the foundation made by the past generation. Poland has a remarkable potential in various industries, including manufacturing, particularly automotive sector and ICT. Many Japanese companies have already established their businesses there, and we believe there is even greater opportunity for business collaboration. And personally speaking, for the recovery of your next-door neighbor, I think your country will be a base of the recovery of that country. And I hope this forum will provide the opportunity to rediscover many strengths of Poland and inspire new business partnership between two countries. The Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry represents over 30,000 member companies. It's the second largest chamber in Japan. We have high hope that Expo 2025 will serve as a catalyst for creating new business opportunities with international companies visiting Osaka. I am excited to learn about Poland's attractiveness through today's forum. So I've been to Poland. It's beautiful. Copernicus, Chopin, and lots of historical heritage there. And I joined them very much. And on October 1st, there will be a Poland National Day. So on this occasion, we look forward to welcoming you again back in Osaka and see more concrete business collaboration come to life. Lastly, I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing today's forum and your business great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Furukawa, for your fruitful remarks and continued engagement with Polish business. Finally, I would like to invite Ms. Aya Wada, Director General for Economic Strategy Bureau, Osaka City Government. Ms. Wada, we warmly welcome your contribution.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I am the Director General for Economic Strategy, the Blue Osaka City, the government, the Ayawada, and thank you so much for the invite me. And first of all, and Your Excellency, the Mr. Michał Jarosz, Deputy Minister of the Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland, Your Excellency, the Mr. Jacek Tomczak, the Commissioner General of the Polish Section for Expo 2025, Osaka, Kansai, Japan, and Your Excellency, the Mr. Paul Milewski, the Ambassador of the Republic of the Poland to Japan, and also the Mr. Andrzej Dietcher, President of the Polish Investment and Trade Industry, and the distinguished guests. And the Poland and for domestic Japanese companies, so it's very interesting to invest in Poland. And the example, the 6 different industry is willing to working together, and also the international business. So example, the smart city and the re-energize and the smart city, such like the industry event, and the Osaka Expo 2025. Osaka Kansai brings it together, and the strength is to set up such like a chance, and therefore in the decision to follow the today, and for further the 6 months, and again, please revisit us in Osaka especially, and also in closing, I wish the Poland and Japan the trade forum with great success, and extend my best wishes for the continued health and prosperity of all in attendance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wada, for your kind word and strong support for international cooperation at the city level. This concludes the official remarks segment. We now look forward to continuing our forum with expert panels and business discussions. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our special guest. Please welcome Mr. Janusz Lewandowski, economist, member of the European Parliament, former EU Commissioner, who will present his perspective on Poland's export potential in a changing global economy. Mr. Lewandowski, we are honored to have you with us. Please take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ohayo gozaimasu. I feel truly honored to stand for Poland today in Osaka and discover for you more than you expect from Poland. Polish agency, Polska Agencja Inwestycji i Handlu, has invited someone with long memory, as reminded by Mr. Dycha. Probably assumption was that age is a matter of mind. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Therefore, I am to remind also that, as mentioned already, Osaka is not for the first time hosting World Expo. This was 1970, but Poland was not present at that time. The event was famous forever for the presentation by the corporation NTT of a prototype telephone, cordless telephone, beginning of the revolution. Now it is estimated that more than 65% of the world population owns some mobile devices, but the beginning was here. 1970 of this revolution. But Poland at that time was in the communist camp, not able to attend this event. World was divided, and it is even more strongly divided nowadays, and besieged by geopolitical tensions, also very much felt here in the Pacific Rim. We have again war on our continent. Therefore, my presentation is to convey to you the message that is going beyond economic gains from cooperation, because our relationship is a real partnership built on a very solid ground of common values, commitment to democracy, commitment to multilateral rule-based economic order in the world. And that is the beginning. Now I am looking for the device, yes. And this is trying to make it. Oh, yes, okay. Okay, and then should work. Let's hope. My opening is with Chopin. That is no surprise, because apart from this affinity of strategic choices, we have affinity of taste for music, as illustrated also by numerous talented pianists from Japan attending regularly our competition in Warsaw, Chopin competition. But now I am to present some other global faces of Poland. That is Copernicus, already mentioned. He has denied the world order, world vision of universe, and replaced it with heliocentric order of the universe. Maria Curie-Skłodowska was the only woman rewarded twice a Nobel Prize for chemistry, for physics. She was supposed to be French. There is a huge program in our United Europe called Maria Curie Actions. My attempt was to rename it and to repolonize Maria Curie-Skłodowska. Assumption was that she was French, but the mission accomplished successfully by the lady also present in this room was to rename this program as Maria Skłodowska-Curie, somehow repolonizing Maria Skłodowska-Curie. And of course, John Paul II, Pope, he was very much behind the spiritual awakening of Poland. Lech Wałęsa, everybody knows. That is the leader of Solidarity in 1980, difficult period for Poland. But seeing here the station Umeda, I remind about my friend, he was Yoshido Umeda. He was a friend of Solidarity, very much helpful in the most difficult time of Solidarity in the 80s, repressed by Polish government at the time, ousted from Poland. He was living also in Warsaw, but really, truly the friend of Solidarity. But coming to the present, that is about sport names. Robert Lewandowski, football player. I know him, but he's not my family. Common name in Poland, to be illustrated by another Lewandowski taking floor in a couple of minutes. And Iga Świątek, no longer, unfortunately, #1 in tennis, but, so I am now presenting all of them and finalizing with sport global names. But she's really young. She's 23, so everything is ahead of Iga Świątek. Short summary of a long relationship. I would like to expose one date. That is the beginning of our independence, 1990. Japan was one of the first countries to recognize independence of Poland. And this is really remembered in our country, that this was the country from outside Europe to recognize our independence after 100 years of non-existence. As for reasons to be a reliable partner, yes, beginning of this anti-communist peaceful revolution was Poland, the first non-communist government installed in 1989. Then we are the member of World Trade Organization, member of OECD in 1996. That is also very important that we belong to the same family of civilization as Japan. Then NATO for security with strong guarantees from US at that time, 2004 member of European Union, and 2007 member of Schengen, that is Europe without borders. For my parents, non-existence of border between Poland and Germany, non-existence of border between France and Germany, this was like utopia, but it has materialized in our time, big achievement of Europe. Since 2089, this is about economic success. Why I am indicating this table, this drawing? Because Wałęsa, at the beginning of Solidarity in 1980, was promising to build second Japan, Poland as a second Japan, because everybody was seeing Japan as an economic miracle. But now the paradox. If we take only so-called purchasing power per capita of GDP, yes, we are at the level of Japan by 2025 and should be more than Japan by 2026. Of course, I remind you about proportions. Japan is 120 million, and this is enough Tokyo with 37 million, that is equal to the whole Polish population. But here is Wałęsa and his prediction, at least GDP per head, accomplished. Some more reasons for our Poland as a reliable partner. This is now 6th largest economy in the EU with purchasing power as an indicator. This is even number 5. Persistent growth, resistance even in the financial crisis of 2011-2012, relatively low debt, and steady foreign investment inflow into Poland, highly educated workforce. This is indicated that we are half of the price with skilled labor, and stable outlook, as mentioned, 3.5% of growth this year. This is second best result in Europe, in the United Europe, after Ireland. But really, no one country was raising 10 times or 9 times since 1989, only Poland. 9 times GDP growth since 1989. As for the trade, we are from the closed economy into the open economy. And as for the level of exports in our GDP, we are now at 60% in 2024. That is even more than export-oriented German economy. That is with lower. This is seen as the most export-oriented economy in Europe, but they are at the level exports representing 40% of GDP. As exports are outpacing growth, exports were growing since 1989 30 times. That is meaning that our competitiveness is growing in the global world. As for major export products, you can see, I am not going to enumerate them. I was even surprised that we are number 1 in the world in razor blades or wood crates or tar, but this is true statistics I am representing today. As for the partners, we are too much dependent upon Germany. Germany economy is rather stagnating now. I am not happy with such a strong dependence upon German economy, but what is good that we are in 80% dependent upon Europe, that is so-called near-shoring and friend-shoring. And what is also good in time of trade wars by Mr. Trump, that only 3% of Polish exports are going to the United States. Therefore, the eventual losses of Poland in comparison to Germany, to Italy, if this is real trade war, and nobody knows now, are relatively small in our case. This is not bad in this unpredictable time. As for imports, again, you can read in the table what is coming to Poland and what is the most important for Poland. Of course, it has to be mentioned that Poland is no longer dependent upon Russian raw materials. This was most costly and difficult part of sanctions, to be independent from Russian raw materials, and this was especially painful for Germany. But now this is the end of our European dependence upon Russian fuels. That is bloody ruble. They are gaining their exports to finance military expansion of Russia. And again, what is the countryside table of our imports? Again, Germany dominating, but not that much. United States more than 3%, 5%. China, of course, as it is with majority of the world economies, on the second place. Japan is not so bad, but the big room for improvement, hopefully to be discussed later on by the panelists. Now coming to the Japan-Poland relationship, but this is going to be a matter for another Lewandowski in a couple of minutes, so I am not extending my presentation on this point. You see the major investors: Toyota, Bridgestone, Nippon Seiki, Daikin Europe, ITI, and really, as already has been mentioned, Japan is number 3 investor in Poland, number 3 from outside Europe, but this is very serious position for Japan in this relationship. Trade overview, hopefully also the job for Mr. Bartłomiej Lewandowski in a couple of minutes. The ranking, major products, I am to mention again, but here is my strongest point in this trade presentation. We, Europe, are now entering a lot of FTAs, that is free trade agreements, to pave the way for bilateral relationship with friendly environment globally. Now under discussion is so-called almost accomplished Mercosur with Latin America. But what is most important for us in Asia is the European-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement, because this is a model of trade liberalization. You see that entering in force in February 2019, that is our European largest ever bilateral free trade agreement, covers 30% of world's GDP and 40% of global trade. And really, this is a model of liberalization and a powerful signal that in time of protectionism, nationalism, and shrinking space for liberty, for democracy, these are biggest economies to conclude that sort of agreement. And for Poland, this is a great opportunity, great basis for further expansion of our mutual relationship between Poland and Japan. I am not going very detailedly upon so-called prospective sectors. They are to be presented outside this room, they are to be presented inside this room. But starting with gaming industry, you see what is the most important for gaming industry. Very well developed in Poland, mobile games, console games, PC games, but now we see the tendency for cross-platform gaming across consoles, so this is now more a mix than just separated video games. But here is a surprise, also for me, when I was preparing this presentation. Poland is really ranking number 3 in Europe. France, UK is leader. France is very strong. But Poland, as for the brains and employment, is now the fastest growing game industry in Europe. Fastest growing game industry in Europe. And this is majority composed by small companies, grassroots movement that is about Polish entrepreneurship, really, with supply of Euro funds for biggest investment. But we have a lot of with private entrepreneurship. That is also, I have one illustration. I was always seeking for the illustrations contrasting Poland, private business, with not so much growing business on the other side of River Oder, that is in Eastern Germany, now very frustrated part of Germany. And what I have detected once in Die Welt, big paper on Polish village, Osinów Dolny, under Oder, on the river, on our side, 200 inhabitants, and 44 dress services oriented towards German. That is the typical display of Polish entrepreneurship, that having bridge across Oder, everything was organized for the much richer consumers and clients from the other part of European Union, but rather stable and stagnated nowadays. Among these prospective sectors, we have medical, pharmaceutical industry in Poland. This is again undergoing deep change since 1989, since our reorientation towards market economy. Mr. Dycha was reminding that I was part of this transformation. We were calling it reconstruction of fish from the fish soup. That was our name for this big reconstruction of Polish market economy. But now what is absolutely essential for the Polish expansion, at least in Europe, is complying with EU rules. I am of opinion that the European Union is over-regulated. Now what is on agenda of Europe, what is on agenda of Poland is deregulation. I am involved in deregulation on the level of European Union. So to comply with the rules was very good for Polish medical industry, for the expansion in Europe, but not necessarily for the expansion of European industry, pharmaceuticals, in the global competition. We are losing competitiveness due to over-regulation, and that is now serious deregulation effort on agenda of the European Union and domestically in Poland. What is the trade between us? What are the biggest growing potential products you can see on this table? So I am not discussing them, leaving it to the next panels. What comes next is cosmetics. Again, grassroots, mainly small scale, with very big export potential. Japan is very strong in this case. As you see, what is very characteristic now is the rising demand for organic preparations with natural composition. And we should comply with this trend, because this is trend in Japan. This is also trend in our part of the world. Agri-food products. I came late yesterday, but was able really to see the busy center of Osaka and tasting your tastes. I see preference apart from sushi for beef, clearly visible in the streets and restaurants of Osaka. But this is also our strong industry. Surprisingly, we are number 3 as for the surplus in selling food products in Europe, not France, because France is consuming a lot domestically. Millions of tourists are also consuming a lot in France. Therefore, the surplus in products, agri-food products, is not that impressive. But we are number 3 after Netherlands and Spain in this respect. ICT sector, of course, future. I am also not to discuss too much. I am afraid that now our old continent, Europe, is sent to retirement. We are very, very strong, for example, in cosmetics, in luxury goods, fashion, drinks. I disagree with this. There are some sectors of Polish and European economy that could surprise you. For example, Poland is building very fashionable yachts demanded by very demanding buyers like tennis player Nadal or the champions of Formula One. But this is feasible due to this entrepreneurial spirit of Poles. But ICT sector needs, of course, modernization throughout Europe. I am not happy about it, but this is again the question of what is our advantage, what is very skilled labor, relatively still cheap labor, but very skilled labor, very much demanded in Europe, should be also demanded beyond Europe. So here is the challenge, here is opportunity, but what is not on our slides is about green industry. Green industry is, of course, our future. That is in the strategy of Europe, of Japan. That is Green Deal, now renamed in Europe as a Clean Industrial Deal, meaning that we want to save our planet, but at the same time save jobs in Europe, so to be competitive. But here is a huge potential, really, in green economy due to the technical advance, due to the demand, due to what is absolutely necessary. Of course, our percentage of Europe and Poland in emission of CO2 is not very impressive. Europe is responsible for around 9% of CO2 emissions. Therefore, Japan is also less than 3%, but the major polluters are China and United States. Unfortunately, withdrawing with Trump from the Paris Agreement on reduction of CO2. But of course, if we want to save planet, it should be about those who are contributed most to the emission of CO2. And I think this is the end of my story. The rest is coming with expert panelists coming soon in this room. So what remains for me is to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your insightful and inspiring remarks. We now move on the introductory presentation, which will provide the broader economic and strategic context for today's discussion. We start with the Japanese perspective. I'm honored to invite Mr. Keiko Murakami, Deputy Director General for International Policy and Coordination International Affairs Department, Kansai Bureau of Economy, Trade and Industry, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, for a presentation on import and investment needs for Kansai region and Japan. Mrs. Murakami, the floor is yours.
Jane Dobry. 皆様、おはようございます。
Good morning.
25日本国際博覧会ポーランド政府代表閣下パベウ・ミレフスキー駐日ポーランド共和国大使閣下アンジェイ・ディハポーランド投資貿易庁長官
And distinguished guests and participants, thank you very much for coming to Poland-Japan Trade Forum. I am Keiko Murakami from Kansai Bureau of Economy, METI. I visited Poland Pavilion yesterday. And Poland has a wonderful culture, and I enjoyed opera. A piece of opera, and I realized how wonderful Poland is. And today, I would like to talk about the bilateral relationship. And then, in my specialty, I would like to talk about my specialty, Osaka, the characteristic of industry, to make our relationship consolidated further. So this is the cover page. And next to Osaka, we have a town called Kobe. And this is the view of Osaka Bay from Kobe. So first, a bilateral relationship. So Poland is about 80% of the land of Japan, surface of Japan. So the size of the country is almost the same. As of 2023 October, there are 367 companies located in Poland. So many companies have established their base in Poland. QP, Daikin, Toyota, Takeda, Nihon Gaishi, and Panasonic, and other Bridgestone, and other companies are located in Poland. In Daikin Industry, and Takeda Pharmaceuticals, and Panasonic are the major companies in Osaka. And let's talk about the relationship, as someone mentioned earlier. And this is the this is for 2024. We export mainly cars and parts, and transport machines and chemicals, and also electrical equipment like motors and general machinery. And we import from Poland general machinery, including motors, electrical equipment, cars, equipments, and other transport machines. And this is about investment. Poland has the leading industrial clusters in Central and Eastern Europe. For example, Daikin Industry makes heat pump in Poland. That's eco-friendly pump, and started operation in 2024, December. And Toyota has 2 parts factory in Poland, and they invest in 140 million euros. And I would like to talk about 6 reasons why you invest in Kansai. And Kansai has major cities, Osaka, Kyoto, Kobe, and as well as Fukui. And we have 7 prefectures in Kansai. So it's not a legal entity. And what's attractive about Kansai is the location. We are in the center of Japan, and we have the 2nd largest economy after Tokyo. And we have many business clusters, so we can make everything. We have high expertise and lots of industrial clusters. We have excellent universities and major companies here. And we are good at green and life science fields. And also, we are better than Tokyo in terms of living environment. We are a very livable region. And the population of Japan is 21.2 million. And it's 56% of the Poland's population. And we have 70% of population of Japan here in Kansai. So compared to other major cities, it's similar to New York and Bangkok. The size of economy is similar to Netherlands and Switzerland. But according to the IMF's nominal GDP, the latest data, Poland is after Switzerland. So when we look at the size of the economy, I think the size of economy of Kansai is similar to that of Poland. And And this is the trade value by region and product. And Kansai, compared to other parts of Japan, we have a strong relationship with Asian countries. Please look at the bar. The Europe is only 10.3%, and Europe for region is Europe is only 10.8%. And for items, we have lots of chemical product, 15.2%, and followed by electric appliances, 15.1%.
In the status of the following companies expanding into the market, it's a European company is a 44%, and then the Asia is a 30%, and the other North, the Europe is a 23%. The comparison by industry is manufacturing, that in total 31%. And the breakdown is the chemical machinery and the electrical machinery and the other manufacturing and also the pharmaceutical. And the example of the foreign affiliated companies in Kansai, example by Bioreacting in the AstraZeneca. So this is a pharmaceutical company, the major in the P&G is the Nestle and the IKEA as well. And that is an example of a foreign affiliated companies in Kansai. And I will introduce university research into the clusters. Example, the Kyoto University of Advanced Science, and the others R&D. And the example is the Industry University Joint Research amount is in Kansai is 25%. And in Kobe is example, the supercomputer Fugaku is in the Kobe is since 2023 is the top of the machinery, so it's very famous and major. And the example, the Fugaku can make a simulation and also the AI using for research. And for nose, so it's a spring 8 and example, the analyze that for the elements. And the other is Keharna Science City in Nara. It's maybe the western is the Keharna Science City is the top of the major. And this is an industry, the university joint research is lead. And example, the robot industry development, and also the its example to think about the re-energize is biotechnology, and it's gathering over there. It's also we already opened the Keihana Bangkok. It's a small pavilion, but please visit. Thank you. Pleasure. And also, I'd like to remark the Nobel Prize winners from universities in Kansai and in Poland, as previously introduced. And I remember that it's the most important. It's one of the leaders is Madame Curie. Example, Yamanaka, Dr. Shinya Yamanaka is a physiology or medicine in the 2012, and the iPS cell and the research that is the main research in the Kyoto University, the general manager, and to proceed and reproduction. And so that is their success. And also the Nobel Prize winners and the university in Kansai, a lot of university, and the Nobel Prize winners is living in Kansai. And also the strategies, batteries, and in green, example, over 30% of national production in Kansai. And also the human resources is available. Example, the Kansai area and the 2022 is the industry in the also the joint venture. It's a Kansai, it's battery, the production. Example, the high school, the student, and the university, the student, it's a joint. And also the program has been launched. And in Kansai, it's a Levtech, the company. It's a consulting for lithium-ion battery technology. And so related relevant folks. So example, the analyze in the safety, the research is and with the data, and so they can consult with using the data. And the Dr. Yoshino, the Akira, so he is the director, the general. And the other facility is for future advanced energy the storage technology is about the Panasonic and the Sumitomo Electric. And for next generation strategies, the batteries and also the human resources is available and enough. And next, the hydrogen. So please let me introduce you. The port areas in Kobe, Kansai is working toward carbon neutrality in the Kobe. And the example, the Himeji is a planned site for hydrogen power generation demonstration project. It's nearby the Himeji and the Osaka coastal area. Hydrogen, the ammonia, the HC construction, and the supply chain is organizing over there. And on top of that, the Fukui Tsuruga, the prefecture, so the first renewable the hydrogen station in that area, and the Bangkok Expo is organizer is Iwatani, the industrial, and using the nearby the Universal Studio Japan, and beside in the Bangkok port area and the Tsuruga area is available by boating. And I have already highlighted is the Center for IPS Research and Application, Kyoto University, and also the Naganoshima Close. And this is also the to expedite the practical application and the industrialization of cutting-edge future medicine, medical institutions, the companies, the startup, and the support organization are gathered under one roof. And we call the Naganoshima Close. It's 2024. In June, it's already opened. So out of our presentation, it's the major the pharmaceutical company and also the middle and related medical, the pharmaceutical, and it's biomedical cluster is available, based in the Kansai. So aim to build. And other, the Kansai company's profile, so please let me introduce. So Meiji Kansai, and present our Kansai company's profile. Would you like to introduce? And correlate the selection of the promising the companies from the Kansai region of Japan, and each with a strong interest in overseas expansion. This profile showcases the innovative capability, and the example the Ito Electrical, Ito Denki Company Limited. So they developed the one of the pioneers company. Its share in global is 50%, and the MDR is a motor, and inside is a gear, and the very safety is the green, and no need maintenance. And so this is one operation, and the capability in the quality, so Ito Denki can provide it, and therefore, so please have a look at that. Thank you. And by partnering with these concerning companies, and the foreign companies can leverage their strengths and gain access to Japan's advanced industrial ecosystem, I believe. And also, the incorporation is SMRJ, so we supported example the SMRJ and the Kansai matching corner on the business matching website J Good Tech, which will promote the excellent product and services of the companies listed in this. The profile to domestic and international audiences. And through this, so we will provide strong support for the overseas expansion of SMEs through opportunities for industry, the business negotiation, and we can arrange the one by one and the matching and the companies, and for startup and the joint venture, any consultation is available. So that's all from my part. And I have already prepared that all. And Invest Kansai, if you put in that word and the web and search that, so you will find that. So click to see the details, the page, and the presentation. And so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murakami, for your detailed overview of strategic economic needs and opportunities for cooperation. Now I'm pleased to invite a representative of the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of the Republic of Poland for a presentation on Polish-Japanese economic relations. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Bartłomiej Lewandowski, Head of Bilateral Economic Cooperation Section, Department of Trade and International Cooperation, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. No, it's working the opposite way, I think. How does it work? Can you help me? Yes. Oh yeah, okay, thank you. Szanowni Państwo, minasama, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, my name is Bartłomiej Lewandowski. I represent Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, and I was asked to give you a short presentation on Polish-Japanese economic relations. Well, I'm in a very difficult position because I'm the last one to speak before the lunch break, and at this point, people are more anxious to see what's in the menu than in the last presentation, but I will try to be brief, especially that a lot of the information that I have prepared have been given by my predecessors. So, I will start with some general information about Poland, and I think in this room there is no need to detailedly describe the location of Poland, but I would like to highlight this strategic location because we are at the heart of Europe, and thanks to the modernization of Polish highways, railways, and the investment that we did in the last 20, 30 years, we became a bridge between the east and the west of our continent. So nowadays, all the goods that are coming from, let's say, Ukraine to France or Germany, or from Latvia to Italy or Austria, must come through Poland. We like to say that we have a large internal market, but in comparison to Japan, it's not so big. But on the other hand, with the single European market that we have, we can offer an access to more than or almost 500 million of European consumers. This is a huge advantage. And speaking about Europe, so we really need to point it out that at the same time that the Japan hosts the Expo exhibition, Poland holds the presidency of the European Union. We live in a very turbulent times, so this is why our motto of the presidency is Security Europe. And this is security in a large sense of this word. So this is not only strategic security, military security, but also economic, food security, energy security. And Polish presidency is working on deepening the single market, reducing the bureaucratic barriers. This is the famous, how it was said by my predecessor, it was deregulation. Yes, thank you very much. And also restore the competition, fair competition between Polish and other companies within the single market, and strengthening the strategic industries. One more timely event. So we are just 3 weeks before the start of the Ignis mission. Ignis mission is not just a Polish astronaut going to the ISS, International Space Station. We are really proud of it that Mr. Sławomir Uznański will be a part of the international team going there. But during his stay in the ISS, he will have a chance to make some experiments, some tests that are unable to do it here on the Earth. So it will bring the prospects, and it will bring the impact on the Polish space industry and the European space industry. I hope it will go well, and on the 8th of June, the Ignis mission will start. Well, some facts and figures about Polish economy. So in this slide, you can see that in the last 20 years, we only once recorded the decline in the GDP. So it was the pandemic year 2020. The other weak result was 2023. It was just 0.1, but it resulted in the war in Ukraine. But as it was said, 2024, we ended with almost 3%. The forecast for 2025 is the same, more than 3%. So we hope that we will bounce back after a very difficult period of pandemic and the beginning of war. On the other hand, we have very resilient labor market. As you can see, from 2004, we reduced the unemployment rate from almost 20% to around 5%. And again, it was only in 2020 that we see a peak in the last years. But thanks to the different kind of shields and different kind of measures that were adopted, we can keep the balance, and we can keep this unemployment on a very reasonable level. Well, in the opposition of the downward trend that I presented a while ago, this is an upward trend. This is, and this is good because we are talking about foreign trade. Foreign trade, as you can see, in the last years, is more or less balanced. Apart from 2022, when we have a deficit, huge deficit, maybe not huge, but bigger deficit. So in 2024, we ended with a small surplus. And speaking about our main partners, it was said before, Germany is on both sides. But it's obvious, Germany is our largest economic partner. And as you see at the top 5 of the export directions, you can find only the European partners. But on the other hand, on the import side, you can find China and the United States. So it means that Polish import is much more diversified than export. So this is the task for our ministry, to diversify also the export side. If we are talking about the investment attractiveness, so we have again an upward trend with the growing number of the FDIs in Poland. And as you can see, in the top 4, top 5 countries, the main directions of the FDI inflows, you can only find European countries, Netherlands, Germany, Luxembourg, but it may be very misleading because many global companies, including Japanese ones, they set up companies firstly in the Netherlands, in Luxembourg, and then they spread out throughout Europe as the investment of Dutch investment, German investment, but in fact, it's a Japanese capital investing in Poland. So we cannot only look at the names of the countries, but let's look at the capital that is behind them. And of course, Japanese investors are present in Poland. Companies such as Toyota, Daikin, Takeda has been mentioned before, so we all know that they trusted in Poland. Just after the transformation, they started to come to Poland, then they started to invest in Poland. The top sectors that they decided to invest is automotive sector, BSS, and also pharmaceuticals. And as of today, we have more than 350 Japanese companies operating in Poland. You can find the names that are most probably familiar for you, so large companies, some smaller companies, but still, they have created more than 40,000 jobs in Poland. And what is really important, that the investment coming from Japan, it's not a simple production. It's a transfer of know-how, and it's something that is upgrading Polish economy. So we really highly value the Japanese investors and Japanese investment in Poland. It's been said that Japan is the second largest Asian investor in Poland. Mr. Ambassador said about the strategic partnership that we signed and the action plan signed earlier this year by 2 ministers of foreign affairs. And it was said about the EU-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement, which is really important for doing business and trading between two large economies. As for the Polish-Japanese trade exchange, of course, we have a huge deficit because, as you can see, the blue line is Polish export, the red one is imports, and we are not saying that this is wrong. We are not in the position that the United States is telling us today that all the deficit is a bad deficit, because we can see the imports coming from Japan to Poland is then reproduced by Polish companies, by Japanese companies producing in Poland, and we can re-export the goods as a Polish ones to other parts of the world, particularly to the European Union. Well, we would like to have our trade more balanced between Poland and Japan, so this is why we have selected the 6 sectors that are promising. And it was said before, this is a medical sector, green tech, IT, gaming industry, cosmetics, and agri-food. And this is thanks to Polish Investment and Trade Agency, because PAIH already did a huge work preparing Polish companies how to do business in Japan. They organized a set of seminars telling what's the business culture in Japan, how to establish good contacts in Japan. So this is not only for the Expo period. So it was started before, and it will last after the Expo. I hope that representatives of many of those sectors are here today with us, and they will have a chance to matchmake with Japanese partners. And after that, there will be good deals. And at the end, I think, or I hope that everyone in this room visited Polish Pavilion, which is not far away from here, just a few miles from this place. If not, please do so without hesitation. So it is very highly rated by the visitors. It was also highlighted by New York Times as one of 25 things to see during the expo. So I think that something that we would like to, we came here to create Polish brand, because we know that it's really important to have a strong brand, strong Polish brand in Japan. So through our cultures, through our economy, through our tourism, but of course, and through our people that are working there, that are creative, open-minded. This is what Mr. President said at the beginning. We would like to proudly present the heritage that drives the future. As I promised you, I was rather short, so thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you for outlining the current state and the future prospect of economic cooperation between our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for a 1-hour lunch, we would like to share with you a short video presentation. This film will serve an excellent introduction to the second part of the forum, which will focus on the 6 strategic sectors selected for Poland's business promotion program at Expo 2025. These sectors have been recognized and highly promising for the Japanese market and represented today by interpreters participating in this export forum. Agri-food sector, including agri-tech, medical and pharmaceutical sector, cosmetic sector, green tech sector, including hydrogen solution, gaming sector, IT and fintech sector. We encourage you to visit the Poland Taste Zone located in the glass room, where several agri-food producers are showcasing their products. This exhibit is coordinated by the Polish National Support Center for Agriculture, and the interpreters will be available for conversation and tasting until 3:40 p.m. In the second part of the forum, we will have the opportunity to meet in person with business representatives from all 6 sectors. The presentation will take place simultaneously across 4 timed stages. You will find the following. Main hall, where you are now, will continue to host sector presentation on Zone Room, featuring 3 parallel stages dedicated to the sector introduction and company pitch session. In addition, our B2B meeting room will be open from 1 p.m. for direct business talks. If you haven't registered for matchmaking yet, or haven't downloaded the app, our staff will gladly assist you in doing so and help you find the right sector contact and meeting spot. To help you navigate the forum, please refer to the event agenda. You can access in the several ways. Through the matchmaking app, online at www.expo.pike.gov.pl, a QR code linking directly to the agenda is printed on your name badge. If you conference packs, the printed agenda and floor plan are included in the folders you received at registration. The lunch break will be a perfect time to review the program and decide which session you'd like to attend. But first, please enjoy the short film that will begin in just a moment. One information, when you use the headset, the same headset you may use in the other rooms. Afterwards, we warmly invite you to lunch. Bon appetit, and see you back at 1 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of Polish-Japanese Export Forum. We now resume our program with the sectoral presentation, which are taking place in parallel across 4 stages, here in the main hall and the 3 dedicated sector stages in the industry room. If you are particularly interested in the agri-food sector or the cosmetic sector, we kindly invite you to stay with us here in the main hall, where the next 2 presentations will begin shortly. Meanwhile, in the industry room, the following sessions are about to begin on 3 parallel stages: introduction to the green technology sector, introduction to medical pharmaceutical sector, and introduction to the gaming sector. And now let's begin with our next presentation right here, introduction to agri-food sector. To begin, I'm pleased to invite Mr. Adrian Gawłowski, Chief Specialist at the Export Support Department of the National Support Center of Agriculture, who will present an overview of the Polish agri-food sector, its export capacity, competitive advantages, and relevance for the Japanese market. Mr. Gawłowski, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here and present for you today the potential of agri-food sector from Poland. On behalf of National Support Center for Agriculture, we are an executive agency of Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. And just before we start, I have a brief question to our distinguished Japanese guests. Have you ever been to Poland? Please. Okay, we have somebody who have been to Poland. More than once? Okay, great. So rest of you, this presentation both will be perfect today, just to remind you a bit the beauty of Poland and what's the Polish agri-food sector today. As you can see on this picture, Poland is in the heart of Europe, which was mentioned before, and we have perfect location in terms of climate, soil, and as well of the logistics, because we are just on the same the amount of kilometers from the west to east, north, and south. When I was landing a few days ago here in Osaka International Airport, I was looking through the window and I saw the beautiful landscape of the region, and it really reminds me of the south of Poland, which is a mountainous region with hills and very green fields. And the north part of Poland is full of lakes. Poland has almost 10,000 of lakes. In terms of number, we had a bit of great presentation before. We are like 9th largest country in terms of territory, almost 40 million inhabitants in terms of population, 5th most populated country in Europe. And our modern capital is Warsaw, in the center of Poland. And in the past, just a little bit of historical background, similar to Japan, we had a capital in the south of Poland. It was Krakow before. Tradition and heritage is very important for us. Last month in April, we had 1,000-year anniversary of Polish as a Poland. Of course, we had a previous history, but 100 years of agriculture, culture, history, tradition, traditional recipes, farming, which was passed from one generation to another, and long-lasting craftsmanship with a lot of species of foods like smoked meat, preserve based on wheat, meat, and vegetables. What's the Polish agri-food sector famous for? Precision farming and automation. Poland is one of the youngest members of the European Union, has received the funds recently. That's why most of our technology is the newest one, probably top of European and world standards in terms of food processing, production, automation, and farming. As it was mentioned again on the previous presentation, our economy is export-driven. We export more than we consume. And of course, as a member of the European Union, we comply with high rigorous standards. One of these beautiful lakes from northern Poland. As mentioned before, heart of Europe gives you perfect conditions for business and export. We have around 1 hour, 2 hours to reach all the capitals in Europe. Basically, you can reach Paris, Berlin, Roma or Stockholm or even Moscow in the past, or Madrid in about 2 hours. So this is perfect location for setting up the business and also exporting products and goods. And historically we also had the Silk Road, railway to China, which now is known as a new Silk Road. In terms of GDP, our success story basically from 1992 until today is every year growth. Even during the time crisis in 2008, we were still growing. And our GDP, of course, 842 US billion, and the projection in next 2 years is about 3.5%. And in terms of being a member of the European Union and producing goods, it's very beneficial for us because we have a market around 400 million consumers in all European Union without any restrictions. So basically can sell and distribute to our neighbors in Europe. And apart from that, we have a lot of international trade agreements with Japan as well, which was mentioned. And on the picture you can see a beautiful historical city of the north from Poland called Gdańsk, known for trade and beautiful architecture. So just to sum up this part of general data of Poland, almost 40 million inhabitants, fifth largest population in the European Union, rising consumption, we are richer and richer every year, a strong growing middle class, and great infrastructure for retail industry, more than 500 hypermarkets, this huge format of supermarket, and more than 100 shopping center. So, and it is growing. And this landscape is Warsaw, so it's a blend between tradition and modern city. As you probably, for those who've already been to Poland, may experiment, and Poland is highly digitalized. We adapt and implement all new technologies. We like these technologies, and that's why it's also one of the ingredients of our great success story. What's the success story which was mentioned before? Our people, our skilled and motivated workforce. And approximately 70% of adults in Poland, they speak some other languages like English, German, Spanish, Portuguese, or French, because our language obviously is not the easiest one, but also we live in the center of Europe, so always we have the skill for foreign languages. We have a strong university system, which gives us a lot of engineers, scientists, biochemists, and other specialists who are the part of this industry. And sometimes my friends living here in Japan, they compare our work ethic with Japanese work ethic. Punctuality, high work standard, and a respect for the others. And at the end, last but not least, we are still very competitive market because approximately workforce, 1 hour costs 12 euros, comparing to Western Europe or Japan, which is 35 per hour. And just summing up, so 1,000 years plus of cultural continuity, craftsmanship and tradition, legacy of old ingredients in modern production, dynamic innovation system, fast-growing agri-tech sector startups. We are also working not only in the traditional segments of food like meat, beverages and so, but also in plant-based products, and strong cultural emphasis and trust into our own food safety and food standards. And this beautiful picture is southern Poland, Alp mountains in the south of Poland. Now, just shifting a little bit to raw numbers, what's the part of agriculture and our GDP? As you can see again, Poland in the center of the Europe. Only agriculture as a raw material is almost 10%. Then food industry in total is almost 13%. And then food industry in total industry is almost 22% of all GDP. So this segment is very strong and is still growing. Why is so good? Because modern industry, we modernize everything. We put strong emphasis on efficiency and the new machinery, which also gives us a food safetiness, and we can comply with that with food standards, not only in the European Union, but also with the international partners where we export our food products. We also have a lot of certifications. There is flexibility. Flexibility is a good use case, because during a COVID time, when the supply chains were broken, one of the countries, this example of Singapore, was a little bit on the verge of food security. Poland, thanks to flexibility and great entrepreneurs and producers, saved this country, sending them food components in order to continue with food safety and standards. This shows the capital expenditure in the agri-food sector and the processing segment from 2013 until 2022, growth from 2.1 billion up to almost 3. And the share of investment in the agri-food sector is more than 15% in Poland. Now, this is a very interesting one, because this is the success story from 2024 until today. There's constant growth of export volume from Poland. The blue one is export volume, reaching almost 54 billion euros last year, and it's still growing. The dark blue one, the red one is the import, and the balance is the below. So we basically export more than we consume. However, we consume a lot in Poland. It's 10 times growth, 10 times money in terms of investment. Now, what's the structure of what we export? Mostly, one of the strongest segment is the meat segment. So there is a poultry, pork, and beef, 3 parts of this meat segment. Poland, as a curiosity, is first poultry producer in Europe and first exporter in this segment. Then after that, as you saw on the pictures, we are very plain land, flat and green, so there's a lot of grains, wheat, and related to that. Almost 7 billion euros of export. Then it's tobacco products, 5. Then confectionery products. This is one of the youngest and fastest growing segment in Poland. After that goes dairy product, plus 3 billion euros, fish products and processed fish. We don't produce as much fish as we process in Poland because of our limitation of Baltic area. However, we process a lot. And then is a fruit segment, vegetables, tea, coffee, water, beverages, and so on. And the last one is just a blend of many other products, which sometimes are just a raw material and component, which is another 10 billions of value parallel to meat segment. Confectionery product, as mentioned, one of the fastest growing from 2009 until today, from 500 million euros until 3 billion point 1, and the structure of vegetables from Poland. So basically our vegetables and fruits are available almost everywhere. Our famous apple from Poland. However, there are much more other fruits which are first in this category. Naturally, because of the proximity and the standards and the nature of fruits and vegetables, most of this volume is exported to European Union, the countries like Switzerland, Norway, United Kingdom, our best partner, Germany. However, we also deliver foods for some farther countries like Kazakhstan, Moldavia, Egypt, Vietnam, and India. Apples, our famous apples from Poland, with great taste, acidity, and sweetness, with perfect balance. First producer in Europe, biggest and largest area of the production, second exporter in the European Union. And a part of the raw apple, like a fruit, we also export a lot of juices and concentrated based on the fruits. Apart from the apple, this is the structure of fruit segment: pears, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, cherries, onions, tomatoes, cabbage, and much more, and champignon. Milk and dairy products, all kinds of cheese and derivatives based on milk. Of course, if there's a strong beef segment, there will be strong dairy segment in the country. and we are fourth producer and fifth exporter of milk in European Union. However, also famous for an infant formula milk, which is investment to the youngest generation, and which we can observe in the countries who have young population. They are importing a lot of milk from Poland. Apart from milk, of course, ice creams, butter, yogurt, kefirs, and all kind of derivatives based on milk. Geographical structure of Polish dairy export. And again, naturally, European Union, the biggest importer. However, we also export to the US, China, Turkey, Thailand, Philippines, Australia, South Africa. So basically everywhere. Meat export structures. So similar to milk and some other segments, most of the import goes to European Union, but also as our production plants, they comply with the rules of halal and kosher and all the standards, we can export even to Israel and Middle East, where our meat is highly appreciated. In terms of collaboration with Poland and Japan, we also export a lot of meat here. And there are three segments as mentioned. Poultry, the strongest one, and the first one, the pork, and the second fastest growing is beef, which is third now, but is the fastest growing segment. Now, this is a balanced trade between Poland and Japan. Basically, we don't import too much, this red, and the blue one is what is exported from Poland. By now, we have 122 million euros. But we had some peak in the past. Just a curiosity, in 2012, we used to export a lot of pork, but unfortunately, through the African swine disease, it was stopped. However, the market needed Polish meat, and this was filled with Polish beef. This highest number are mostly with Polish beef. Now we can see the structure. Of course, it's tobacco, but it's not directly the food product. However, it is in the numbers. And after that, we have meat products, which is a strong segment exported to Japan, 30 million euros per year. However, as we saw from this previous chart, there's much more space and dimension in the market to export more from Polish beef. Some time ago, we had the delegation of Japanese specialists importing meat, and they were very surprised with well-being of Polish cows and the standards of how we farm them, that most of our production is free GMO, which is very important for Japanese consumer, and it really comply with high standard and high requirements in this market. Apart from meat, there are feed products, fish-related products, coffee, confectionery, dairy products, and fruits. Just a few words about our agency, as we are basically really fast today. My department is responsible for promoting Polish food and connecting international buyers with Polish producers and exporters. So whenever you need any kind of product, perhaps you can just let us know, and we can bring you a nice report and get you in contact with potential exporters which might fit your requirements. However, our agency itself is very big. We also manage the land leasing in Poland and support the farmers and producers in Poland. However, the component of export is related to our department. Apart from that, we do also a lot of international exhibitions and forums, events like this, and food events. We are present every year on Foodex Japan in Tokyo. However, we are considering our attendance at Kansai Foodex in this region next year. Hopefully, we'll be present here as well. There are also trade missions in-house and out-house, so we can bring you to Poland and show you around our factories, organize B2B meetings with Polish producers and exporters, so you can taste Polish cuisine in Poland, feel the Polish spirit, and meet the business partners as well. And at the end, we also do the market analysis. We aggregate a lot of data. Based on data, we prepare reports, and we take actions based on this data just to understand tendencies, which direction market is going. And yeah, so basically that's the last one. If you like to receive this presentation, please scan the QR code. So say hello, send your business card. I will send you the presentation in reverse and some extra data package of our analysis. And it was a great pleasure to have this time with you. Please take action and meet our food producers in the glass hall. They are presenting some food samples. However, if you are not satisfied with these samples, please let me know. We can find business partners for you as well. Thank you. Arigato.
Thank you very much for that informative introduction to one of Poland's strongest export pillars. We now turn to another dynamic and rapidly growing industry. It's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Justyna Żerańska, General Director of the Polish Association of Cosmetics Industry, who will speak about the Polish cosmetics sector. Mr. Żerańska, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. I hope you all feel very well after the lunch. It's very calm in here, but I hope you will manage to listen to my presentation, which I prepared for you today. Before I will start, I really appreciate all of you for coming. It's my honor to be here and represent the Polish Union of the Cosmetic Industry and the cosmetic industry itself. I want to thank and give the special thanks to the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, which organized this very special event. I hope that after my short speech, you will be keen to know the Polish brands itself, and you're going to have the opportunity to show some brands on the stage 3 at 2 p.m. They will present the products and itself. I think that this is a great opportunity to know the brands better. So before I will go to the main parts of my today's presentation, I will just briefly say a few words about the organization I have a pleasure to represent. As it was mentioned, I am a General Director of the Polish Union of the Cosmetic Industry. I am a PhD in terms of my education. The union is the organization which represents and supports the strategic goals of entrepreneurs exclusively in the cosmetics sector. What is extremely important, we are on the market for more than 20 years already, and we are the active voice of the industry to support the process of lawmaking. I think that as for Poland, it is also very important for Japan to create such kind of organization when where all members have a common goal to develop and structure the very well-developed industry. So in our organization, there is over 250 companies, all kinds, startup, micro companies, small, medium, and large. They come from Poland, but of course we also have international factories in Poland, and they also produce in our country, so it gives us a very competitive market in which we all can develop. The union belongs to the Cosmetics Europe. It's important because they represent our needs in front of the European institutions like European Commission and European Parliament and so on, and the Council. We belong also to the Confederation Leviathan, which is the most influential employees organization in Poland. And we also belong to the International Cooperation of Cosmetics, which is called IAC, International Association Collaboration in Cosmetics. And in this association, we can cooperate with Japan Cosmetic Industry Association and all together build the cosmetic industry all over the world. So in today's presentation, I will mention about the Polish cosmetic industry, what it stands out, what is the story behind the Polish cosmetic industry, so where it all has started. some data about today's market. I will mention the size and the export values, the export potential. Then I will go to the superpowers of the cosmetic industry. This is how we call those are our main characteristics, and they are very important for us. And at the final end, I will share with you some of my conclusive thoughts. So I hope that you all had a chance to be in the beginning of today's presentations, and you heard about some special characteristic about Poland and some special thoughts about people who are famous. And I think that you are more familiar with our country already. But I wanted to ask, what comes to your mind when you think about Poland? Probably you remember Chopin, and if not, please visit the expo and the Polish pavilion, where you can also enjoy the concert of Chopin. Maybe you remember John Paul II, the Polish Pope. But if not, maybe you recognize the Polish country with some famous food like Polish dumplings called pierogi. Or if not, maybe at the final end you recognize the Polish drinks called Polish drink called vodka. But I'm not sure if you recognize our country as a very famous producer of cosmetics. We're still building our brand, Polish brand, in the cosmetic industry. But you need to know that we are the 5th largest cosmetic market in the European Union, that we are the 9th largest exporter globally and 5th in European Union. That shows our potential and the work we already have done in our industry. Let's now skip to what comes to my mind when I think about the cosmetic industry in Poland. You can see at the slide right now a lot of adjectives and characteristics and some nouns as well, which describes our industry very, very well. They are all in a geographic shape of Poland, because this is really what we find the most important about the industry. What kind of things I would like to mention? This is tradition, heritage, motivation, innovation, transformation which we went through. This is also high quality, know-how, creativity, people who are extremely important to develop, and also the fact that we have in our industry very small players like startups, and also small, medium, and big global companies. We all together compete on the same market and coexist together to have the power to develop and even be stronger and export more. So when that story began, we can find some first parts about the cosmetic industry and the beginning of the cosmetic industry in 1625, when the first pharmacy producing cosmetic has established in Krakow by the owner and founder Adolf Siedlecki, and he can be also named as one of the pioneers of the cosmetology in Poland. But this fact also Poland can be named as one of the pioneers in the cosmetic industry. 300 years later, I don't know if you know that Maksymilian Faktorowicz was born. Do you know what brand he created? Maksymilian Faktorowicz created Max Factor, the very famous brand of color cosmetics. And I think that you all recognize those products right now. And those were the first products for makeup for actors playing in the movies. And even now we can think about those products as the most innovative ones. Mostly in similar period of time, basically in a similar period of time, Oskar Troplowicz and professional Paul Garson-Una developed the groundbreaking Nivea cream. And they also developed that ingredients of cosmetic can penetrate through the skin layers, and that's why it was so innovative during that times. Maybe you also heard about Helena Brzezińska, the founder of Isis Cosmetic and Medical Cooperative. She created innovative cosmetics, and she helped to develop first cosmetic factories. In basically similar times, also Helena Rubinstein started her work. She was born near Kraków, and she was the first woman in this business. She started to produce rich formulas with anti-wrinkle ingredients, with UV filters, with vitamins, and many other components. And you might even find it interesting that she was the first woman who started to use marketing with famous people. She asked them to recommend the products. And here today, we are still doing the same to sell our products and to make them more common for the society. But the real development came a little bit after the First World War, so it was very intensive time for Poland to create a lot of new companies. And even we had a very famous product which was the hair freshener Orientina. It has won a gold medal during the Expo in Paris. So we also have some of our achievements during the Expo exhibitions. And in the 1970s, there were several small cosmetic companies in Poland. The market was dominated by brands like Polena and Celia. Those producers sold a lot of products to the many countries in Central and Eastern Europe, as it was communist time for Poland that days. And after 80s, the real story, the real development has begun. A lot of cosmetic companies created that day, and they are still operating on our market. So let me sum up a little bit that history which I already mentioned about. So as you can see, the first period which was extremely important for the industry was after the First World War, between wars. Then there was a communist time in Poland, so many private companies were nationalized, and communism authorities centralized the production process. And because of that process, we've been creating products and exporting them to the east parts of Europe, central and east parts of Europe. It was extremely important because it gives us the fundamentals for future development. And after communism, when a completely new story has begun for Poland, after 30 years, and the 30 years of freedom has begun, we started to create a completely different reality, but building on that old fundamentals. So the next very important time for the Polish cosmetic industry was when we joined the European Union. So after accession, the market of Europe was open for us, and we started to... Hello, nice to see you. So many people coming for my presentation. I'm so happy. Thank you very much. Okay, so I will give you a second to sit. Feel comfortable. Come in. Okay, now I think I can continue. So I just mentioned some thoughts about the history of cosmetic industry. I will check your knowledge later because you were late on the presentation, so probably already know the story. So I told that after accession to the European Union, the real development has begun because it gives us the European quality, the European standards. After that, we started to produce according to the highest quality standards. We introduced the regime and regulatories which were already known in the old European countries. And where are we now? Now we own the most famous factories within Poland. They are very modern. They have modern production lines. They having lines which are partially or even fully automated. They own very modern warehouses. We produce for global players. All of global players have factories in our country, but also we have a lot of Polish independent producers. They build their factories during the communist time, and they were very small, but they were able to develop further during the new era of the cosmetic industry. And that is how it looks right now. You can see that they are very well equipped. They have modern warehouses, but also what is extremely important, not only the modern and automated processes are used to produce cosmetic products. We also are very, also it is very important for us to have the traditional way of creating cosmetic products, so-called handcrafted products creation. We produce in this way, for example, soap and some shower gels and bath balls, which you can see on the pictures. When you will come and go for some tours to the cosmetic factories, you can see those modern lines, but also you can feel the way how products are created by people, which are handmade. Okay, let's now go to some economic data about the industry. I think that they really show very well how we achieved the goals, and also describes are described by those adjectives which I mentioned earlier. Now our market is valued 5.2 billion euros. That data are from 2023. You can see that the market value is under the RSP prices, so those are retail sales prices. We can also refer to manufacturer sale prices, so the prices which are ex-factory sales, and the amount was 3.4. That gives us position of 5th market in the European Union. We are just after such countries like Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. They, of course, have a very long history in cosmetic production. But I wanted to highlight that from 2014 till 2023, we were the second country in Europe with the fastest development. Our market grew for more than 70%. And we've been the second because the first was Lithuania, but Lithuania has only 0.5% share of the market value in Europe, while we have 6.4%. So that shows that we are developing very, very, very fast, and we can compete with such producers like from Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. Let's now have a look about our export efforts. The value of the export in 2023 was 5.7 billion euros, and now we can also refer to the data from 2024, which are not completed yet, but first developments shows that we gain $6.45 billion. So we can see that this is also growing. That gives us position of 9th biggest exporter with 3.8% share globally. Let's now see how we result in Europe. So we have 8% share, and we have the 5th position, just after such countries like Germany, also France, Italy, and Spain. So in market value and in export, the scheme looks similarly. What is also extremely important, we have we more export than we import, so we have a surplus for 42% right now. And I wanted to mention that since Poland joined European Union, our exports have increased 8-fold. Let's now take a look at the structure of products which we export. And as you can see, 43% is preparation for the care of skin, manicure and pedicure preparations. This is the CN categories, which refers to harmonized classification of tariffs. The next huge group are cosmetic soaps, then 30% for shaving preparations, deodorants, bath and shower preparations, 10% for perfumes and toilet waters, 11% for preparations for use on the hair, and 9% preparation for oral or dental hygiene. So as you can see, all range of products we have in Poland, we produce in Poland, and we export all over the world. And what can we achieve with this? We are the second largest exporter of oral hygiene and dental care products, the third largest exporter of soap, fourth largest exporter of skincare, manicure and pedicure cosmetics, fifth largest exporter of shaving cosmetics, deodorants and shower gels, seventh largest exporter of hair care products and perfumes and toilet waters. So as you can see, we are very high on this ladder. How we can achieve that? I believe that we are doing this because of some special characteristics of us, and we called it 10 cosmetic superpowers. First of all, it's extremely important that we are localized in Europe, so this is our geopolitical location. We are on the crossroads of different pathways. We have EU regulations and standards, so we guarantee high quality of products. They are produced with the highest standards. They are safe. They are produced according to GMP, good manufacturing practices, and many others. We can, of course, have products from natural sources and from different ways of technology. We are flexible and offer high-quality production. We have fast adaptability, creativity, and product innovation of manufacturers. So to sum up, we can create the whole products in one country. So from time to time, we say that Poland is a one-stop shop for cosmetics. You can find here the raw materials, manufacturers, sellers, R&D departments, and packaging suppliers, so you can create the whole product within one country and have it in a very high quality. What we also find extremely important are people who are creative, well educated, and able to develop the market even further. When you can see the Polish products, first of all, on the fair trades, you could find us during the Cosmo Week Tokyo, which was last month. You can meet us in Osaka on Cosmo Week, which will be in September. So we invite you to visit the Polish booth during that event. Each year we are at Cosmoprof Bologna and Beauty World Middle East, so we can also meet over there. And of course, we invite you to Poland. We can organize for you some sightseeing, some visits in factories, and you can see on your own how the products are created. And if you would like to have more economic data, I invite you to download the Cosmetic in Poland report, which our organization prepared. There are a lot of data over there, and we are in a process of preparation. The new version of the report, it will be available in September. Thank you very much for listening. And what I wanted to add, I think that Poland and Japan have the same values, and this is why we can succeed together. We have a common goal to use the tradition as a fundament and be an innovative producer in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Żelańska, for highlighting and gravity and global aspiration of the Polish cosmetic industry. Now you can join to the pitching room for a Polish company presentation, or go to the coffee break and enjoy some refreshments. Please take this time to network and exchange contacts with fellow participants. Thank you. We meet here at 2:20 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the first of our two experts panel discussions. Panel discussion number 1 is titled "Can products from Poland fill the gaps and meet the needs of the Japanese market?" It's my pleasure to introduce our panelists, Mr. Yasuko Koide, Senior Consultant Comarch Japan, Mr. Przemysław Nowakowski, President the Witchery Machine No Moneko Sea Innovation Hub Japan, Mr. Bogusz Ostrowski, Business Development Director Selvita, Professor Maciej Sokołowski, Keio University, Ms. Sayo Kano, President of the Cosmetics Importers Association of Japan, and Ms. Patrycja Sas-Staniszewska, President of the Chamber of Digital Economy. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Michał Mroczek from Nozomi Sogo, Attorney at Law. Mr. Mroczek, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's a true privilege. I'm sure the room will still fill up. It's a privilege to moderate this next session, to lead the next session. The session is set up as a panel discussion. As introduced, my name is Michael Mroczek, and I'm a practicing lawyer and a partner at Nozomi Sogo in Tokyo, and I'm president of the Swiss Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And now, before turning to my distinguished panelists, you see over their heads, their profiles, their names, and affiliations, I would like to share a few thoughts with you and also set the stage for the panel discussion. In the early morning sessions, I got a lot of inspirations listening to different talks, and before moving forward, some of them here to be shared with you. So I was born in Warsaw in the 70s, basically in the same year as His Excellency Ambassador Milewski, and I left Poland when I was 16 years old. At that time, the trade between Poland and Japan was kind of very, very limited. I remember my father, he was driving in Warsaw, silver Toyota Corolla, Japanese car, and occasionally you also saw some of Japanese cars on the streets, but there was certainly not many Polish products in the Japanese market. Things have changed tremendously over the past 35 years. We have heard a lot this morning. For instance, Poland is today the 6th largest economy in the EU and one of the fastest growing one. Its GDP grew nearly 3% last year and is projected, as we heard from Minister Jaros, to grow 3.2% this year. Poland is also among the 25 world's largest exporters, exporting from food and cosmetics to biotech, software, green tech, and advanced manufacturing. But also, as mentioned several times in the morning sessions, Poland is a hub for innovation and digital talents. Poland is home to vibrant startups ecosystem and highly skilled tech workforce. It ranks among the top countries globally for software development and has produced international players such as CD Projekt, that many of you may be familiar with, Comarch and Selvita, some of which we have the pleasure to have on the panel here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, my job here today is to explore together with you and especially with my panelists whether and how products from Japan can fill the gaps and meet the needs of the Japanese market. And I divided the topic in view of the industries and profiles of the speakers into 3 different chapters, so to say. So I would like to start off with consumer products and digital channels. And we have with us Saori, who is the president of the Cosmetics Importers Association of Japan. She has over 30 years of experience with cosmetics and beauty, so she knows the market very, very well. And in this context, I would like to ask you, Saori, are Japanese consumers genuinely interested in trying, you think, from your experience, Polish cosmetics brands?
Okay. As he said, I've been working in beauty industries for ages. Actually, recently, I'm using Polish cosmetic products every day. And I find the quality, formula, technology fantastic. So I would say Polish products are very great. But it's important to understand that the Japanese cosmetic market is #3 in the world. That means our market is very, very competitive. Okay, so Polish products which want to be launched in Japan have to be different. They need a specific story to be different. Otherwise, our market is too much saturated. This is important to understand. But I trust the quality of Polish products. So the next task is good marketing, okay? And just quickly, I would like to talk about Korean products, cosmetic. Okay, if I talk about the total import cosmetic to Japan, #1 country is Korea, representing 30% of the total. Then the growth versus the previous year is plus 40%, which is amazing. They keep developing something interesting to excite Japanese consumers. So this kind of spirit would be very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaori. So we know quality and story, very important. Patricia, I'm turning over to you now. Patricia is the president of the chamber in Poland, a chamber with over 200 members. And I wonder from in your experience, what is the market potential of Japan for Polish e-commerce brands in general, including cosmetics, but perhaps also others?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you and to share some information about Polish e-commerce market. So, in my opinion, Polish products have a significant potential to fill the gaps and to meet needs of the Japanese market from the e-commerce perspective. Why is my opinion? First of all, the maturity of e-commerce market in Japan and the needs of consumers in Japan make the perfect situation for Polish brands to join to the market. And first of all, the Japanese e-commerce market is the fourth in the when it comes to the big of the market. Is the hugest market almost in the whole world. I mean, it's the Japanese market is on 4th position. What does it mean? That it's got perfect perspective for Polish brand to get inside the market. And the second thing is the Japanese consumer. Because every trade, and especially e-commerce, depends on the consumer needs. And Japanese consumers are open to buy different products from different kind of worlds. And what is valuable very much from Polish products is the quality of the products and quality of the services. When it comes to e-commerce, we cannot only talk about the products, but the services, like, for example, gaming. They were, during the beginning of this forum, there a lot was talking about gaming. Gaming is growing fast in Poland, but also in other European countries. So it's a great place to sell through e-commerce the gaming.
Thank you, Patricia. I remember that someone from the e-commerce sector here in Japan told me, Michael, you know, the Japanese e-commerce platforms are so messy, and it's so difficult actually to see through it with foreigner. But over the time, I realized that actually this is how things are presented in Japan. They like this Rakuten messy platform where you just don't really know what to click. I think our platforms, those that we know from Europe, are much more kind of clean up and maybe for us easier to navigate. Any thoughts on that, Patricia, before I move to Yasuo?
Yes, that's true. But if you want to enter a new market, first of all, you have to know well the market. And the best way to enter Japan's market is to enter through Japanese marketplaces. Definitely, that's what, and it is also helpful for the SMEs, because the big companies, they've got better budget to go to make a cross-border e-commerce, but we are talking about SMEs. The purpose of growing e-commerce market is to grow the SMEs, and for them, the best way is go through marketplaces. I know that they are different than in Europe, but Europe is different. You are most welcome to Europe, and I invite you, but to Poland too. But we have to know when you prepare to the foreign markets, and especially to Japan, you have to be well prepared, and you have to know the consumer and the way of selling in e-commerce.
Thank you, Patricia. This makes a lot of sense. Basically, what you're saying is when you go to Rome, do as the Romans do. Yasu, talking about the infrastructure, digital infrastructure platforms, and you have been for some time with Comarch. Comarch is a leading Polish company in the IT sector. Do you think that the platforms that Comarch can help with can be localized to the Japanese needs? Can Comarch develop such platforms?
Yeah, first, I'm very honored to participate in this session. Thank you. Yeah, actually, the Comarch is a Comarch. Japanese people mention that the Comarch, but maybe the Polish people are very familiar with the Comarch. Yeah, only Japan, we say that the Comarch here. Yeah, in the Comarch, we offer the variety of the IoT platform, like digital network management and IoT platform management and loyalty program management. Yeah, these are actually used in the Japanese market. So our name, the Comarch, is strong in this IoT field. Yeah, sometimes in Japan, Japanese company have this specific requirement to their platform. So it's very difficult to that for foreign company to align that situation. But the Comarch developed that all development in-house in Poland, so we can adapt that any situation that quickly and flexibility on the Japanese customer requirement. That is the reason to enter the Japanese market. Comarch successfully entered the market. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I understand that Comarch has been having an office in Japan, a physical presence in Japan for a couple of years, quite familiar with the market and able through that to adapt to the market and the market needs. Going back perhaps a second to Patricia or Saori, whoever has something to share, are there Polish brands already active in the Japanese market? Are you aware of any? And if so, how are they performing? Where do you see that there is a need for support?
To be honest, what I know is vodka, Zubroka.
They're doing pretty well.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that there are some brands in Japan, Polish brands like Job, for example, from ceramic and handicraft is Bolesławiec. I think the most famous in Japan. Textiles and leathers, for example, Withen. And I already mentioned the one in services, CD Projekt. But I would like to add something. The Polish e-commerce market is the most developed market in e-commerce in Europe. This is very important to say because we are already exporting in online. 60% of SMEs already are doing the export online. So it means that we are good in that. But the point is that we are exporting and making the cross-border e-commerce among Europe. And I think that the most challenging cross-border is outside Europe, but Japanese market is a great market to do that. We see the couple of brands I already mentioned made a success on the Japanese market. So it shows that the Japanese consumer is really open for Polish brands and services, and there is a space to do the cross-border e-commerce. May I, because the second question for you was, if can anyone help in the cross-border?
If there is, yes, how can we help? How can we accelerate? Now, from your perspective, I suppose I can imagine the answer, but yes.
Yeah, the cross-border e-commerce is not easy. This is what I have to mention. And the farther we do the cross-border, the more difficult it is. But the main reception for that is to go with a local partner. So definitely, if the Polish companies are thinking about cross-border e-commerce to Japan, they need to find a local partner. And the second point is to connect with organization, Japanese e-commerce organization or commerce organization that will help them to find a partner to enter the market. And of course, the local Polish agency of trade. Definitely, those organizations will be helpful for the SMEs to enter the market.
Thank you, Patricia. Makes totally sense to me now. Turning to Przemysław, you are very well familiar with the startup scene in Poland and Japan. I understand that you are running a couple of accelerators for the startups, creating an infrastructure here in Japan. Have you seen any Polish startup succeeding in Japan in your experience?
Yeah, hello, thank you for having me here. Yes, because even here, today, on this event, I have two startups from Poland, from my hometown, from my accelerator, who was just pitching on the other scene. And two of them just signed the contracts with Japanese companies. So talking just, yes, we have it. No, this is the example. Yes, we have it. Startup scene is in Europe very vibrant, in Japan too, but always you need to think about governance support, because when you are entering the market, like Japanese, Asian market, you need to have this first helper, the helping hand. And even on this event, we have Ishiga-san, it's a director of the JETRO in Warsaw, JETRO is a Japan organization who helps startups, not only from Poland, Central Europe, but whole Europe, to enter to the Japan. So this is the first address you need to go. Of course, we have accelerators like mine, Momoneko, is first Central European acceleration program for the Japan and startups and building the bridges. But first address is to go like PARP, PAIH, and JETRO to see what can you do, because knowing the cultural differences and the differences in connecting and conducting business, it's crucial. So the first, always JETRO, they have two investment programs, then accelerators like mine or different. There is a strong scene of US accelerators in Japan, like TechCrunch, like Venture Cafe, and so on. But first, you need to know the local partner and local government, because you need to have a company here, building the presence. Then who can help you? Japanese people. So this is my question.
Congratulations, Przemysław, on these two success stories that you were sharing here with us. I understand that you are basically echoing what Patricia said. You need a partner, and yes. This was part of the success of the two startups here. Thank you very much. I think this was a good start, good input regarding the first part of our discussion on consumer products, digital channels. I would like to move to the second one, health, science, and innovation. And I would like to turn to Bogusz, who is with Selvita, one of the also pride of the Polish economy. I would like to know, since Selvita has been in the Japanese market for a couple of years, what or how has Selvita convinced Japanese companies to work with a Polish company, a Polish CRO, that stands for Contract Research Organization. What have you done? Have you also worked through partners, the way as we heard from previous speakers, or do you have some other magic that you can share with the audience?
Thank you very much, Michael, for the question. I think the question really is a bit of a tricky one, but it's something that will be very useful for any company, any science-based company that wants to enter the Japanese market. Because first you have to start with the scientific capabilities. Of course, you need to have a good base of scientific capabilities, very often specific to this particular area. I don't know, in the area of drug discovery, this would be high content screening, AI-based drug discovery, experience with some particular modalities like targeted protein degradation. But truth be told, the capabilities, the scientific capabilities are just a prerequisite for a collaboration. So this is a basis that allows you to be considered as a potential partner. And well, capabilities are a bit boring. Everybody has capabilities. A lot of companies overall have capabilities. What really matters is the know-how. So know-how which is based very heavily in your people, in your human resources. And here we have a very strong advantage in Poland that we have a very good base of researchers from academia, but also in the very quickly growing life science industry. So being based in Poland, you have a wide range of human resources that you can use to your advantage. And also it's good to reach out outside of Poland. So this is also what we did at Selvita, that basically we hired people from big pharma companies from all over the world that supplemented the scientific capabilities and the people, the skills that we already had in our team. Finally, there's also one additional thing that needs to be emphasized, is that we have one advantage in Poland that we should not ignore, is that we have a very specific attitude towards problem solving. So if we encounter a difficulty in the project, we will not just sit idly and ask, okay, it doesn't work, what should we do? We will find a way to resolve this issue. We will find few possible solutions, present them to the client, and they basically say, okay, how do you want us to proceed? But we will find a way. And usually this is the time when the clients are convinced that we are not just an additional pair of hands, but that we can really deliver something that is beyond just capabilities in the scientific research. And also I wanted to refer something to Przemysław mentioned, so the cultural difficulties. Absolutely, if you're considering entering Japanese market, never ever underestimate the cultural challenges that will be ahead of you. Because even though both parties will be eager to establish a collaboration, this is something that always needs to be taken into account.
Indeed, the cultural aspect is certainly a very, very important one. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I would like to also turn to another aspect of entering the market, especially in the sector that you were discussing, AI, R&D, the regulatory issue. And I would like to know perhaps from Yasuo or Mate about regulatory, but also entering the e-health AI market in Japan. Differences between Poland and Japan. Any thoughts on that, Yasuo? Maybe from Cormac's perspective.
Yeah, from Cormac perspective, Cormac can provide the AI solution in the e-health sector also. Here, actually, it's one example is the analysis platform, the CardioRite. CardioRite means that our product name to detect that the ECG signal from the remote e-health system. It's the platform analyzes that the ECG signal by the AI. AI detected if AI detected the abnormality, it can automatically alert the doctor. These systems are already used in the place like Europe and the Middle East. In Japan, we tried to the test marketing from 2020 to 2023. However, the strict regulation and very generally feared to the new medical technology in Japan. So we were not able to enter the Japan market. So, but with the situation in Japan, growing the issue problem of the physician shortage in Japan. So there are possibility, the chance to enter the Japan again. So we are keeping close eye to that situation now.
Thank you very much. So Mate, you, in general, I mean, we heard this morning from Mr. Lewandowski, amazing talk about the regulation in the EU, meaning that perhaps EU is overregulated, Poland belonging to it. Is it then, in your understanding, is it then easier from the regulatory perspective to enter the Japanese market now in the field of pharma and others?
Pharma and others. Although I'm a doctor, I'm not a physician, so pharma is not my sector. Some people call me professor, but please leave it for students. Actually, I can learn from you a lot. And still, Michael, it's very hard to speak during this panel because I have a vision of your father driving this silver Corolla ages ago. Actually, Toyota has a factory in Poland, and Poles produce Toyotas. And let me echo Bogusz. He defined a very interesting Japanese term. Let me use my poor Japanese. It's called Kaizen, so the improvements. We had a great meeting with the president of Toyota, and he said, Polish people are wonderful in terms of Kaizen. Polish people write a lot of Kaizen. So this is something that links Poland and Japan. And regarding culture, Poland is a producing country. We produce a lot. Again, monotsukuri. We had some names of the companies, either from cosmetics or gaming industry. So Poles produce a lot of things, also in cooperation with Japan. And now let me refer to the question about the regulation or regulatory approach. I think that Poland and Japan, especially when it comes to AI, is on the same page because we talk about privacy a lot. Japan has equal treatment when it comes to DigiPRD, so the regulatory framework that was established by European Union some time ago. So when it comes to data protection, the standards are same. And when it comes to the structure of the sector, we have heard about IT industry, gaming industry, but I was recently in States, Boston, Massachusetts. I visited the universities, Harvard, And what I noticed there, Polish names. Malinowski, Kowalski, John Malinowski, John Kowalski. This is a great asset. Now, look, OpenAI, famous company. According to my knowledge, these are Polish guys, are working there. IT guys, engineers. Same when it comes to robotics. For instance, Ishiguro Sensei, famous inventor of androids. I have a pleasure and honor to be in the same project with Professor Ishiguro. Colleagues from KO, we have a very interesting cooperation with them. Androids. In Poland, we produce robots, rovers, those that are sent to the space by maybe Mr. Musk or some other companies, etc. So we produce both software and hardware. And Poland and Japan has this connection. And last but not least, the regulation. As a lawyer and the person who wrote a couple of books about regulatory approach, I don't like this word, the regulation, because the regulation means that at the end of the day, the internal goal of the regulation is to deregulate the regulator. I like liberalization. Yeah? I think that the liberalization is a better word when it comes to this platform or these approaches, etc. I'm a university professor, so I can talk for a couple of minutes. So please let me refer to Michael now, our wonderful host.
Thank you, Maciej. You are totally right. The regulation is scary for us lawyers. One of your last books was on the smart cities. I would like you to keep the microphone, and actually I would gently move to the next chapter, to sustainability, energy. You're an expert in the field of energy and industry collaboration. And I would like to ask you about specific openings for Polish smart or green tech to help Japanese to reach energy or environmental targets that it has set a couple of years ago, in particular the carbon neutrality in a couple of years. So is there anything that we could, that we would like to see here in Japan, and that, where the Polish companies are leading?
Actually, you can see it. If you go to, I don't know if you know this place, Osaka Expo. Yeah. There are some Polish inventions also from the sustainability framework. You can sit on a nice bench, for instance, and use a PV panel, the solar energy, and charge your mobile phone, for instance. Yeah? These are this type of smart inventions. Yeah? Yesterday, I had a meeting with my friend from Poland, and he tried to charge his mobile phone in the restaurant. Yeah? But let's imagine that there's Wi-Fi, there's this possibility to charge your mobile phone outside. This is a smart solution, very simple. Electric vehicles, for instance, buses. Electric buses are produced in Poland by Polish companies also. Joint ventures, to be honest. Poles also produce trams. Or in Japan, you call this light rail transportation system. Yeah, like in Kyoto, for instance, there are some trams. Even in Tokyo, there's one tram line. Poles produce trams. Tram is a smart solution that can exist in many cities. Come to Warsaw, you will see wonderful network of many trams that are there. Energy efficiency, again. Or digitalization. We can't talk about smart cities if we don't have smart solution. If we don't have the paper production, or if we have this paper production, then it's not smart city. Okay, in Japan, there's My Number. It's new invention, let's say. Do you have my number? No, I don't have your number. I have mine. Yeah? So that was a joke. Yeah? But we have this type of solutions. Also, when it comes to cloud, when it comes to digitalization, there are a lot of companies, for instance, in waste industry. I see Ms. Małgorzata Schmidt from PAIH, for instance, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we had, there were many of the forums organized by PAIH about energy, sustainability, and so there was one about waste management. In Poland, you have the devices like bins, trashes that segregate the trash for yourself. Instead of remembering whether it's Monday, Tuesday, whether it's bottles, PET bottles, or paper, etc., you can just throw it to the trash, and then the trash will segregate it for you. Okay, in Japan you have robots that can do it. That's also interesting. It's not Roomba, but it's another area where we can cooperate. And we have a lot of these inventions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maciej. I learned this morning actually that Poland is #1 exporter of razor blades. Very interesting, very interesting. Now, I wonder, you didn't disclose any details, Przemysław, about the two startups that have been successful. Are they possibly in the field of energy, robotics, or a few words about these two projects, perhaps?
Yes, of course. One of them is WindTag, and it's a company that helps wind turbines to measure and help to doing the maintenance of the wind turbines. And it's their invention give you more power from the wind turbine and predictive maintenance. So this is very, very cool invention. It's energy efficient. And the second one, Sittings. It's an IoT company mainly. So they are just according to the smart city, they have a software to just rule the world, rule the city. Every IoT you can connect, and just from one point you can, just see what's on the city. So this is the very cool idea. And the second one, the Sittings have 5G technology. So they producing the new routers for the computers and other machines, especially industry machines. So they are just in this energy and IT sector. So yeah, this is the key point to Japan, Polish-Japan business. So yeah.
Thank you, Przemysław. So that means we have a little bit more than being the leader in the razor blades. We can offer energy solutions, or let's say part of them, and buses and others. I would like to turn at the end to Yasuo Komar. Can Komar provide any sustainability solutions to using Polish technology, you think?
Yes. We are provided the IoT solution and IoT platform here. And we are also provided a smart light. We can use the smart light to monitor the power consumption and reduce the electricity use by automatically turning smart light on and off, or on or off, based on their real-time needs. Actually, this kind of the solution is very useful to reduce the power consumption and energy. It fit with the carbon neutrality Japanese government aiming to the 2050. So Japanese Polish technology is useful in the plays important role in Japan to helping the Japan more sustainable future. I think.
Thank you so much, Yasuo. This shows me that kind of closing and recapping the panel here, that we have a lot to offer from Poland. And we learned today that it's very important to find a local partner. We learned that it's not only about the quality, since we have already the quality. It's also about trust, about telling stories. It's a very important element. And we also learned that there have been already many Polish companies active in the Japanese market. I don't know if any of you has some closing thought that you would like to share with the audience, keeping in mind that we have Polish technology, we have Polish products that can fit in the Japanese market. Any of my distinguished panelists? Przemysław?
Yeah, I have just one thing. I think that we have it. We need to just develop. I see my colleague Orwikta, Maciek, just supplements of diet. I told you about two colleagues who are startups who are doing the business. Here was CD Projekt, who have established a office here, and you know the game dev is very strong. I see my colleague from Warsaw who is just game dev too. So yeah, we are here, but we need to develop ecosystem and go more and more and more.
And my understanding is that you are working on it and you are providing such an ecosystem.
We try.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much for joining the panel. It was a pleasure to moderate it and to walk through this journey with you. I appreciate it, and I guess the audience does too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now invite you to attend our second panel discussion, taking place in the ON room. Panel discussion number 2 is titled, "What benefits does the economic partnership agreement between the EU and Japan bring to trade relations between Poland and Japan?" Thank you very much. Wytłumacz. Okay. We start. Our panelists for this session include Mr. Junpei Kakikuma, General Director, Itochu Corporation, Poland branch. Mr. Piotr Suszycki, President of the Polish Chamber of Commerce in Japan. Professor Cheiko Nakabayashi, United International Business Schools. Mr. Bartłomiej Lewandowski, Head of the Bilateral Economic Cooperation Section, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. And Mr. Yasuki Ishaniga, Director General, JETRO Warsaw. This panel will be moderated by Professor Tom Hashimoto, Department of East Asian Economics, Warsaw School of Economics. Professor Hashimoto, the stage is yours.
Okay, dzień dobry, szanowni państwo. Yeah. Okay, I see that the majority of people are not Polish, so then I shouldn't speak Polish. No ale ja chcę, cały czas chcę mówić po polsku. Ale dobrze. Yeah, so this is a panel for the second panel. You can see our, who on the panel, because since we have only 40 minutes and we would like to cover so many things, I'm going to skip the introduction of the individual one, which is quite typical for the Japanese culture, but I'm going to stick with a more pragmatic European culture, so that we're going to straight into our conversation. We're going to have 3 sections. First section, we're going to characterize EP
FTA, and especially we are going to talk about small and medium enterprises, the impact on the trade. Just keep in mind that the PAIH, the Polish organization, is now organizing 2 forums. One is a trade, and the other one is investment. So the investment forum is taking place in September. So this is a trade forum. So we have a discussion earlier, and we decided to focus on trade. This morning, you have heard the presentation, and that the Japanese-Polish bilateral trade is often characterized by 2 things. One is large investment coming from Japanese side, such as Toyota and Daikin, etc., in doing the greenfield investment, or through the European subsidiaries in Poland. And that topic will be covered in September. So therefore, we are focusing more on small, medium enterprises trade, trade of services and goods, and we're going to focus on those 6 sectors identified by the Polish side. So we have the character more on the Polish to Japan, but also we try to cover Japan to Poland as well. And I'm going to try to make some like a Q&A session towards the end. So if you have any particular questions, please keep it in mind towards the end. So to start with, I would like to go to Mr. Lewandowski to generally talk about EPA and how the position of Poland in the context of this Japan-EU trade, EPA, etc.
Okay, so thank you very much. Well, maybe I will start with my personal remark, because I've been listening very carefully to the previous panel, and something that struck me very much was the practical aspect of the existence of the FTA. We heard that there are 2 small and medium companies signing right now the agreements with Japanese partners. So this is the EPA, because when it came into force in 2019, it liberalized most of the trade between Japan and the European Union. So doing business and trading has never been such an easy way like it is today. So most probably this is why those 2 small companies can find good partners here in Japan and sell the products. Well, the EPA is, well, actually I'm really glad that 2 such big economies like European economy and Japanese economy decided to sign this agreement. 99% of the tariffs from the European side, from the Japanese side to Europe were removed. From European side to Japan was around 97%. So it means that we can trade almost everything. Of course, there is always something that must be protected on specific markets, so we cannot achieve 100% on both sides. But still, it's a good advantage, and it shows in the figures, because after 5 years of existence, we can see the peak of bilateral trade, and it's really tricky, because we cannot say that it's in the favor of one side or the other side, because 1 year is in favor of the European Union, the other year is for the Japan. So in 2024, it was more for European Union. We were on a surplus. And Poland, as a part of European Union, we can benefit from the same liberalization. So we are a part of the Union. We, as I said in the morning session, we are now the presidency of the European Union, which is quite helpful for us. And I think that there is a huge advantage of having such a partnership agreement. You rightly mentioned that it's not only the trading part, but also the investment part. So it's a little bit bigger than the simple FTA. So, but as you said, the part of the investment will be covered in September, so I'm not going into the details. And in general, I think this is the answer of your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, Professor Nakabayashi, you have been researching on this on behalf of the European Commission, etc. Do you share the same kind of how do you say, optimism in terms of EU-Japan trade? And in that context, how does the Polish-Japanese bilateral trade fit?
Like this, okay. I think it's not the something.
A little bit closer to the
opportunity. Is it okay? Okay. What happened was if you look at the statistics, the SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises, in terms of values, they export to Japan only 30% of the total trade. But if you look at the number of companies, if you count the number of small and medium-sized enterprises involved in the trade, is 88%. You see the gap. So many people are exporting Polish products, EU product, but there's some gap. So this EPA is helping the small and medium enterprises to be on a level field, same level as a large-scale exporters. So it's not only the tariffs, it's not only the non-tariff. There are many benefits you can get. Less technical rules, less custom procedures, less compliance requirements, more protection for the intellectual property rights, more trainings, more something special to the small and the medium-sized enterprises. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so let's go for the more specific. So what I would like to ask is Mr. Sushitsuki and Director Ishiga for the Polish-Japanese trade in the context of small and medium-sized enterprises. So how would you characterize? So start with the Polish side. So the Poland to Japan, how do you characterize to the Mr. Sushitsuki? And then I will ask the Director Ishiga for the Japanese side of the, because Jetro did the questionnaire last year, and so he can share some of the results. So to start with, Mr. Sushitsuki.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. And it's really great to be able to talk about this because I'm representing our chamber and we basically deal with small and medium-sized companies. And I would put it one way, we are really lucky that we have this agreement now. It's changed, if things have really changed over these few years. Actually, I found some interesting study, some survey. Imagine that in 2021, actually, not many companies, not many enterprises in Poland knew about this. That was such a study. Now we have some statistics from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Japanese ministry, saying that about 70% of the companies are actually utilizing this agreement. So it means it's really growing and it's helping the companies. And so basically, of course, there is still a lot of room because still about 30 companies don't use it. But so I think the role is of events like this, of our organizations like JETRO, like chambers, like PAIH, to really promote this. And as I said, we are really lucky that now we can have this kind of protection. I mean, against not protection, liberalization against protectionism. Thank you.
Okay, so since we are mentioning about JETRO, so Director Ishiga, would you like to share what you found in questionnaires you did with Japanese companies?
ありがとうございます。日本語で。
Yes, yes. Please, please speak in Japanese. For those of you who don't understand Japanese, please study Japanese.
As well, so please utilize.
昨年
Last year, we did the survey on EPA. We asked about the company who benefited from EPA, and 40% said yes. And those who do not use EPA but interested were 20%. Only 20% were not interested in EPA. So what triggered to use EPA? 70% said they were requested by the importer. So importers have advantages. So that's what we found out through this survey. And those who do not use EPA, and 80% haven't even compared the advantages and cost. And especially the EPA is not eager to investigate on the benefits of EPA. And the reason why they are not interested is mentioned already by Suzuki-san. It's because of tariffs or lack of information and difficulty, complexity of the handling. So JETRO and the Chamber of Commerce, we are wanted by them to provide the information.
It's not a problem. I didn't understand what Director Ishiga said.
Gosha, can you pass
no,
one of them?
It's okay. It's okay. But if I may,
go ahead.
I turned the mic on, so if I may refer
go ahead.
to what Piotr has just said. So you said that there are not many companies knowing about this EPA. So I would like to suggest all the companies, Polish, European companies, but also Japanese companies, there is a very good tool to know how to do business on both sides. It is called Access to Markets. It's a special website created by the European Commission. And if you go to this website, actually today is a special event in our ministry in Warsaw, Market Access Day. You can find everything. You can find what kind of tariffs you have to pay, what kind of tariffs are liberalized. You will find everything. Just put the HS code of your product and you will know everything about how to trade between two sides. So it's a very useful tool.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that's very interesting tool. Yeah, I have seen it. So now, since we have the Mr. Kakinuma here, Itochu is one of the largest shosha, the trading companies in Japan. So for those people who are not familiar with the Japanese business model of shosha, can you briefly talk about that to start with, and then how do you see the Japanese-Polish trade these days?
Thank you, Tom. I'm from Itochu Corporation. Itochu is a commodity trader and investment company, commercial group, very unique type of company in the world, maybe only Japan. We procure many products or natural resources which we Japanese don't have, and mainly export Japanese technology to other countries. And we invest to some natural resources source or distribution network infrastructure to make the base infrastructure of the transactions or supply chain. And commodity trading is very difficult business. Very competitive, and many products we can procure from many sources. So the small difference of the price affects our business. So in that sense, EPA, FTA is very important. Only a few % difference make the difference for the business. Japan has some kind of FTA or APA with 24 countries. So practically many countries we have FTAs. So without FTA, it's very difficult for commodity trading business. Itochu, our company imports chemical products, textile, metals, mining, machineries, etc. And well, from even small suppliers, we import food materials. One example is chicken. We are trying to import Polish chicken, but at this moment, Japanese Ministry of Agriculture banned Polish chicken due to bird flu. Actually opened July last year, but a few months later banned again due to bird flu. Japanese market, chicken market, depending 70% on domestic chicken, 30% import. And 70% of this 30% of import is from Brazil. And 30% of 30% is from Thailand. You are depending on domestic, Brazil, Thai, that's all. So, but we need to diversify more for emergency case, that's my opinion. And I was telling to many people like that since before. And exactly last week, the first bird flu for commercial chicken production attacked in Brazilian suppliers. So at this moment, Brazilian government, they themselves are stopping export of chicken. So maybe that will affect Japanese market. So diversifying the market, and we Japanese buyers don't know so much about Polish suppliers, Polish products. So I, as a general manager of Polish branch office of our company, is developing import from Poland.
Yeah, so earlier in the presentation, we see that the potential is like frozen beef, chicken, and so on. So the agriculture. So it was a nice transition, beautiful transition to the sector focus. So we are now moving into the sector focus. And since we are talking about the chickens, we're going to talk about agriculture. So Professor Nakabayashi, agriculture, forestry, you have such a beautiful insights about this. Well, let's say agriculture and a bit broader in terms of forestry, fishery, and so on. Would you like to comment on this sector and the potential for the Japanese-Polish trade?
Yes, thank you very much. Before us, Andrea presented the agriculture, Polish agriculture products exports to Japan. Yes, you do have big potential: chicken, pork, beef, dairy product, mushrooms you mentioned. But one thing you have to remember that this EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement, which is a little bit, it's more like an agreement for adults, which means that if you don't ask for it, you don't get it. Not everybody knows that this, some people might think it's automatic. For agriculture product, if you ask for it, the importers, not the exporters, importers can get this the lower tariffs, lower quota, and then various easy procedures to import the Polish product, agriculture product, or fisheries, or forestries. So there's a potential, but we have to promote. And then we have people who can promote. But still, not everybody knows how to do it. So we might take another year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone want to add more on agriculture? I mean, we already had a wonderful presentation earlier, so we don't want to overlap too much. So in that case, so perhaps we are moving on to the other 6 industries we have. And it's interesting because if you look at the 6th industry, we had agriculture, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, IT, fintech, gaming, and what was one more? Green technology. And it's kind of like agriculture is more of the, how do you say, image of this primary sector. However, these days, you know, smart agriculture, so that there's a lot of technological element in it. So I would like to kind of like, you know, combine, so to say, green economy and IT. Let's leave it a fintech for a moment. And how would you, so perhaps I will go to the Mr. Sushitsky and Mr. Lewandowski about the green and the technology dimensions of the Japanese-Polish trade. So let's start with Mr. Sushitsky.
Yes, I would like to focus, actually, this is close to my heart, the gaming industry.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yes, being
Let's go.
a co-founder of a company about 15 years ago, a gaming company is on a stock in market, in Warsaw. And this sector is really very interesting, and there is still a lot of potential. Of course, you know, Japan is one of the biggest markets, and Poland, unfortunately, is much smaller in this case, but growing, and very interesting now situation we have in Japan, kind of revitalization of PC games, computer-based games. I guess this comes with the changing of the Japan society, you know, aging, etc. So there is a lot of potential, and of course, you know, I had the pleasure of signing agreements with companies like Sony, for example, Computer Entertainment. That was already like 10 years ago or so, and that there was no ETP at that time. But in this case, I would say that actually there is not so much influence because we could sign the agreement. And we had a company already in Japan at the time, so this is the Japanese subsidiary. So basically what is happening now, it's just continuation of this kind of practice. But this agreement would be rather more helpful in this, you know, export-import of goods rather than maybe services. So that's my personal thoughts.
Yeah, just to add, I mean, I'm not the panelist, but to add a little bit, to abuse my power as holding a mic. Warsaw Stock Exchange actually is very focusing on the gaming industry, to the point that they even created the gaming index. So that like, there's a lots of gaming company did a successful IPOs in the Warsaw Stock Exchange, and they have been performing very well. So the gaming became like investment strategy as well. Of course, we are now focusing on the trade, so we will leave the investment topic in September, but the gaming industry is something like really interesting, and also it's linked with the contemporary development. Because of the development of AI, the linguistic or cultural barriers between the two countries are no longer the barriers on the market entry. So what I mean is like, used to be like you need to have the Japanese specialist in order to enter the Japanese market. Now you can develop the game in your own language, and you can easily translate with the AI and so on. That's interesting. Okay, so we are still on the gaming and the technology. Perhaps Mr. Lewandowski, would you like to add something?
Well, yes, but maybe not about this exact two sectors, but about all of them.
Because okay, here we go.
Yeah, we as a ministry, we are responsible for supporting all of the sectors, maybe apart from the agriculture, because in Poland we have Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, which is responsible for promoting export of food products. But what I like to say is we decided about these 6 sectors, not because we think that they will be
the best for it, but we've seen the interest of Polish companies from those sectors to be present, because it's not the vision of the minister that, okay, tonight or today you will be trading with Japan and you will be trading with China and you will be trading with the US. No, we have to follow them. So we have to serve the Polish companies interested in doing business. This is why we've seen the potential, because there is a lot of small and medium companies from those sectors interested in doing business here in Japan. So this is why we've chosen those sectors.
That's great. Yes, go ahead, please, please, please.
I just want to add one thing. So we are talking about games, so it just reminded me to mention it to you that in the very near future, particularly Poland, could join on the trade. It's a trade of goods and services, but things doesn't move. Just like in games. You order online and you deliver online. So it's called a digital trade. So the Poland is you are one of the many advantages, the skilled workers. So if you develop gaming, so soon Poland is going to join the digital trade, that things doesn't move across the borders. Thank you.
That's very interesting. We still have the not touched green sector. Perhaps would you like to comment on the green sector? So, Mr. Kakinuma.
Green energy was booming since several years ago, but I feel a bit now slowing down. EV market is shrinking a bit, and I joined a hydrogen conference in Poznan last month, but the tone was a bit low than past years. I think those kind of innovations should be started from downstream. Actually, motto of our company is market in rather than product out. That means we should focus more on market first. What kind of solution is necessary, and then develop the products or bring suitable products. EV battery sometimes doesn't work well in the cold countries like Poland, or without charging point, it's useless. Hydrogen also without solution as a hydrogen fuel cell. Actually, our company is promoting Japanese hydrogen fuel cell for heavy-duty mobility sectors like bus, trucks, trains, but not yet developed. So without such users market, nobody can produce green hydrogen. So that I think that's a point.
Yeah, to just add, so for those people who are not so much familiar with hydrogen, European Union has been focusing on hydrogen as a next potential clean energy, renewable energy, and they established Hydrogen Valley, and there's a few initiatives in Poland as well, but many of them are a bit of top-down approach because of the nature of the heavy research and development. And as Mr. Kakinuma said, that we need still more of the bottom-up or like a downstream approach, and that's very important. Perhaps, Mr. Lewandowski, you want to add something on topic of the green and green trade in general, because I think that green trade, if you think about supply chain as well, green trade is not necessary for the big company and the investment, but it touches the trade.
Well, it is, yes, you are absolutely right. I'm not a specialist in green investment and in green trade, but what we observe in Poland in the last few years. So, for example, we've been the biggest exporter of the electric batteries. It's not because we are that good, but we have a lot of foreign investment, especially Asian investment from Korea, from Japan. So this is the point that it is touching the trade as well. But it started with the investments. So at the beginning, you need to have a good background, good base for it.
Yeah. So perhaps I don't know, it's like, suddenly I'm going to ask probably Jetro, the director Ishiga, can you perhaps describe some of the initiatives from the Japanese side with respect to the green trade or something related to green? Have you, in your activity at Jetro, do you see the rise of green-related trade in the recent years?
In terms of the green, not only green, actually as a JETRO, I would like to introduce our support system for the Polish companies. Actually, we have a online business platform called JBridge. It's to facilitate, in order to facilitate Japanese startups and overseas technology companies. In order to promote with alliance for M&A and technology alliance. So if you are interested in such a JBridge, you can search on our website and you just put in the JETRO and JBridge.
Thank you very much. So we are getting closer to the end. You know, we have only 40 minutes, so that is very unfortunate. And so what I would like to do is to kind of collect the final thoughts from each panelist. And I'm starting with Professor Nakabayashi and Mr. Kakinuma for from the let's say, private observer's point of view. How do you envision the future of the Japanese-Polish bilateral trade in terms of small and medium enterprises and so on? And then we're going to give the floor to the rest of the panelists because you're representing the ministry, you're representing the Chamber of Commerce, you're representing the JETRO. So from your organizational point of view, what kind of things you are preparing to do for the next few years. So starting with Professor Nakabayashi, what's your final thoughts? What would you expect to see in the next few years with respect to Japanese-Polish trade?
Okay, so I should be short. I'm sitting here because 1 year ago, the organization called the EU-Japan Center for Industrial Corporations, which has an office, one in Brussels, which I'm in, and also another one is in Tokyo. This organization is for free. It's a joint venture between the European Commission and the Japanese government, METI. And we provide free of charge all the training courses and then also matchmaking events, particularly for the startups, small, very small companies. They don't know what to do, how to reach Japanese people. So it's a bottom up, and then we don't want to compete with the JETRO or various organizations, but also from Brussels, we provide all those free services. So please do use our services. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, Mr. Kakinuma, what's your thoughts? Some of the piece of thought, food for thought?
Well, we didn't touch about the government subsidy in this session. When it comes to the large-scale business, government subsidy is very important. Unfortunately, EU government, Polish government is supporting strongly to develop business in Poland. So I think so natural resource, infrastructure, such kind of business, we should make use of subsidy program. And I find very interesting this session, this conference, focusing in cosmetics and gaming. We do business with many countries, but this is representing some part of feature of Polish industry. And I have some friends developing gaming. And Piotr, sitting over there, is an entrepreneur of computer gaming. And now he's developing a game with the history of ancient Europe. And the principal is a Japanese girl. So such kind of collaboration is very unique, interesting. Another point is very important is partnership with private companies. Always, when we do business in the market, local partner is a very important factor. So we should find very good local partner. Polish people find good Japanese company. Japanese company find good Polish partner to develop business.
Yeah, that is very true. So I hope everyone really utilized our B2B meetings happening in the next door. Okay, so since you were talking about the government subsidies and many other supports from the government, you already know that I'm going to next to you, right? Mr. Lewandowski, floor is yours.
I think so. Yeah, well, in the morning session, I said that we came here to Japan, to Osaka, to create the brand of Poland. So we all know that Japanese people love Chopin, but maybe after Expo in Osaka, after the events such like today's one, so I hope that you will know a lot more about Polish economy, about Polish companies that are really willing to do business with you. And as last year we exported to Japan goods for around 900 million euros, so maybe in the next few years, as you said, with the support of the Polish government, we will double the figure. It would be really interesting to do so. But well, yes, as a ministry, we are also preparing special program supporting companies willing to do business outside Europe, because of course our export is focused on European Union, which is obvious and natural. But we would like to push Polish companies outside the European bubble, and Japan is one of the places that we will be helping them to do business.
Thank you. So now, since we are government, bit semi-government organization, JETRO, so the Director Isiga, would you like to add some of the final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. My message is very simple. Please talk to JETRO and use the JETRO service. Talk to JETRO first. And and for the Japanese companies, please come to Warsaw and Poland. We are looking forward to seeing you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Now the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to finish on a kind of a more practical note. First of all, Professor Nakabashi, you mentioned that you don't want to compete with your services free, but I think it's great, and I think it's not about competition. We can cooperate. In this respect, I will be happy to to go after this panel to discuss about the possibilities. Now, I'd like to just say that we talk about this treatment agreement, and there are basically 3 points of it. First, to remove the tariffs, unnecessary tariffs. Second, to do something about the environment. We know this is not easy because it's cultural. We have problems with communication many times, so having a local partner here is very important. And the third point, very important, I think it's also very important, to show the world, EU and Japan, that protectionism is really bad. It's not necessary. And I don't want to go into details, but we all know what's happening now with the United States. I only hope that Mr. Trump is a genius, and by using the tariffs he is now introducing, finally, eventually, at the end of the day, he will remove the tariffs. So, because this is all about the tariffs really is road to nowhere. So basically, I hope that it will happen like that also with the United States. And finally, on a personal note, I am a big fan of a few persons. Maybe you know Warren Buffett is a great investor, but I'm also a fan of Mr. Omai Kenichi, the great, I would say, even philosopher in business, Japan, and of course, entrepreneur. And he once said, go to basics. Basically, if you create good thing, good product, it takes two to tango. It must be good product and somebody who likes it. So, of course, with all the support, but really, I think practically we should think about really going to basics.
Yeah, the value proposition.
Thank you.
Value proposition is important. Yeah, so thank you everyone so much. By the way, I forgot that I didn't introduce myself, and I realized that my name is not on the panel. By the way, so yeah, my name is Tom Hashimoto. I'm a professor at the SGH Warsaw School of Economics and the University of Vilnius in Lithuania. And I think one of the things I have to mention on the behalf of Professor Nakabayashi and me, the academics and universities are also the part of this ecosystem where we can provide the insights of the market, economic forecast, and so on. So it's definitely like, in case of Poland and Japan, the close cooperation between private sector, including the social and the connectors, intermediaries, universities, government, Chamber of Commerce, JETRO, and all the organizations, everyone has to play a role to create the healthy ecosystem. And I really hope that Mr. Sushiski's, this message reached to Mr. Trump and reduce the tariff finally and forever. This panel is organized by PAIH, the Investment and Trading Agency. So on that, I would like to thank the Pani Gosha and Gosha Schmidt for organizing and inviting us for the panel. I hope you have enjoyed. I'm sorry, I promised that we take the Q&A session, but I can see that, gentleman over there is pressuring me, saying like, stop talking. So in that moment, thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please feel free to come to talk to us. This is going to be a good opportunity. So thank you very much. And please join me to thank our panelists as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hashimoto. Thank you for panelists. We need some technical break, only a few minutes. We must change the stenography and start closing remarks. Nie, dawajcie, bo nie ma czasu. Ej, nie mamy czasu. Dobra, a trybunę? We are ready now. We can start the closing remarks, but before, we have another attraction. Presentation of one of our partner, LOT. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially close today's Polish-Japanese Export Forum, I now have the pleasure of inviting our first speaker of the closing remarks, Ms. Marta Szczygieł, head of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency Foreign Trade Office in Tokyo. Ms. Szczygieł, the floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank you all for staying till the end. I know it's been a long day. That's why we really appreciate you being here today until the very end. Thank you very much. This forum makes another milestone in fostering Polish and Japanese relations, and not only strengthening our relations, but also expanding them beyond the Kanto region to the Kansai region. And this is something that makes me especially happy because I am an Osaka University graduate, so Kansai region is very, very close to my heart. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the Expo Department of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, led by Director Eliza Klonowska-Siwak, for the excellent organization of today's event. Thanks to their work, we were able to all come together today. And it is these personal, face-to-face connections that make all the difference, especially in business. Because to cooperate, we must first and foremost trust each other. I believe that today's forum has shown our Japanese partners that Poland is a country worth trusting. 20 or 30 years ago, Poland aspired to become a second Japan, drawing inspiration from Japan's experiences. Today, however, in 2025, I can proudly say that we have become an equal partner to Japan and have a lot to offer to our Japanese partners. I hope that after attending the Polish-Japanese Export Forum, you share this conviction with me. Poland and Japan are countries that share similar values. Japan is one of Poland's key partners and closest friends in Asia, and I would like Poland to become a European hub for Japanese business. You may wonder, how can the Tokyo Foreign Trade Office of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency help you, support you in this? Well, we are your so-called Madoguchi, your gateway to the world. The Japanese companies can think of us as a window to Poland, while our Polish companies, a window to Japan. If any of you thought today, I would like to think about doing business with Poland, please come and talk to us. And the best thing is, our service is completely free. So you have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. We are a dedicated 3-person team. Ayuka Nagami, our business development manager, is here. Piotr Kucharczyk, our senior consultant, who is over there. And myself, head of the Tokyo Foreign Trade Office. We are all here to support you. We are happy to help you initiate new business relationships or strengthen existing ones. Once again, I would like to thank you for your time and for your presence. It makes all the difference. I hope to see you again soon, first at our office in Tokyo, and then maybe in Poland. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your words and your commitment to strengthening Polish-Japanese business relations. Now I would like to invite our second closing speaker, Ms. Marta Zielińska, Deputy Commissioner General of the Polish section of Expo 2025 in Osaka and Deputy Director of the World Exhibition Department at the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Ms. Zielińska, the floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo, dzień dobry. Można by rzec za moment do widzenia. Proszę Państwa, dziękujemy. Serdecznie dziękujemy Państwu za dziś, za każdą przeprowadzoną rozmowę, za zaufanie, którym Państwo, mam nadzieję, już dziś obdarzyliście partnera, który stanął dziś Państwu na drodze.
皆様、こんにちは。もうそろそろ最後。
Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate your presence, all the discussions and the exchange of experiences during today's forum. The Economic Promotion Program is an extremely important part of Poland's presentation at the Expo, and the scale of today's event demonstrates the awareness with which we have prepared this program. The Expo World Exhibition Department of the Polish, at the Polish Investment and the Trade Agency organized 4 inbound missions from Japan to Poland during the preparatory phase. Thanks to these missions, the relationship were established, and we hope they have been strengthened together. And for Polish entrepreneurs, we organized a series of webinars introducing the Japanese market, and I am convinced that the dynamism and atmosphere of today's event are also a result of our Expo. The Expo continues today. The Polish pavilion is receiving great interest and is earning top marks from both Expo visitors and other participating countries. We invite all of you to visit the Polish pavilion at the Expo to experience Polish architecture, creativity, science, and culture. In order for the Japanese participants, we have carried out many forums. We also like, in order for the Japanese companies to know Polish market, and we also held several missions. And all the initiatives have brought today's forum. As we said, that the Expo has been continuing, but there's another event. Thanks to you, the Polish pavilion is receiving great interest and is earning top marks from both Expo visitors and other participating countries. We invite all of you to visit the Polish pavilion at the Expo to experience Polish architecture, creativity, science, and culture. The story that started today, we hope that would continue. So we invite Polish entrepreneurs. You will feel great pride. And we invite Japanese entrepreneurs. I am certain that your visit to the Polish pavilion will strengthen the impressions of today's event, reaffirming that Poland is an important and valuable partner for economic relations. And again, to the Japanese companies, I would like you to visit the Polish pavilion because we are innovative countries. Especially, I believe that we can become the good relations. We can build the good relationship between Japan and Poland. Well, thank you very much for participating in this forum and taking this opportunity. I would also like to make a appreciation. I'd like to say the appreciation to all those people who have made the best effort to make this forum success. Thank you very much. Please let me give you the big hands. Thank you for your good, kind attention.
Embassy of the Republic of Poland in Tokyo, Ministry of Economic Trade and Industry, International Business Promotion Center, Osaka, Itochu Corporation, JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, National Support Center for Agriculture, National Chamber of Commerce for Electronics and Telecommunications, Osaka Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Osaka City Government, Polish Agency for Enterprise Development, Polish Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Japan, Polish Chamber of Commerce of Medical Devices, and Warsaw School of Economics. Thank you all for me. My name is Marcin Graczyk. I am a host of today's event. It's a great pleasure. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Raz, dwa, raz.